Just wait for it to go live and then we can start. There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Akelon here, and welcome back to each one of you. And of course, if you're watching this over on YouTube, please remember to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and also click the link in the description down below, because it is always better when it's live. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a brand new and hopefully improved stream schedule. The stream schedule now will be Tuesdays to Saturdays, as it always has been, 6 p.m. CET, as it always has been, with one exception. Tuesdays and Saturdays will now be just chatting and reaction days. So on those days, we're going to be relaxing. It's the start of the week. It's the end of the week. We're going to be relaxing. We're going to be chatting, just going to be having fun. And then, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, we'll be playing video games. There may be on the off days, so Tuesdays and Saturdays, there might be other games that we decide to play just for funsies, just to, round out the stream with other types of content. So really, that's the plan. Let's see if that actually works. I don't know if it will. I don't know how people are going to rotate towards it. But I miss doing just chatting streams. Lunari, how you doing? I miss doing just chatting streams. I miss just hanging out with chat and shooting the shit and talking about stuff. So this way it seems like it's just a lot more organized. We get gameplay stuff. We get just chatting stuff. So it just makes life a little bit easier, Nico Spider, how you doing? Welcome to everyone. Very happy to have all of you here. How's your day going? How's the start of your week going? Sorry, I'm still recovering from the gym, so there's I'm just sort of chilling, just fucking trying to catch my breath and not be completely shit-faced at the minute. I lost the whole battle to caffeine, by the way. This is coffee again. I can't do it. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know how people get started in the day without coffee. Eliusha, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. 2 months in a row, you bastard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very much appreciate that. Welcome back. Well, I shouldn't say welcome back. You've been here the whole time, so thank you. I really appreciate that. I appreciate everyone that's been subbing. Last month was absolutely insane, so I really appreciate all of you. I hope you guys have, so far, have had a wonderful week. My week has been busy, just going to the gym. Fucking working on it. Oh, sorry about that. Working on offline content and shit. So, it's been a crazy week. It's been rough. So what's everyone up to? Apart from saying hello and then just going absolutely fucking quiet. Leaving me here to try and figure out how do I entertain. Everyone who knows me knows that coffee is always the first business of the day for me. Nico, I've been trying to get off caffeine because, well, based on what I've heard and sort of based on what I've read, the problem with caffeine is that it interferes with your sleep schedule, making you need more caffeine. So it's sort of like an endless cycle. And everyone suggests that if you cut out caffeine, you're going to have, a much better sleep at night, which will then mean that you don't need caffeine. I have not found that to be the truth, to be honest with you. So, yeah, for now, fuck that. For now, let's just get the carnivore going. And then maybe once I'm on the carnivore for strict carnivore for 2-3 months, I'll drop the coffee again and we'll see how it goes. Serge, how you doing, brother? Eliasha, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I have to say, I am enjoying the Q&A stuff on YouTube quite a bit. I didn't think it would be so much fun, but it actually is. It's short, it's sweet. It's 2 hours, no more than 2 hours, and just a bunch of people asking questions and some really cool topics of conversation that comes out of it. So I've really been having fun. I have 1 cup in the morning, 1 cup around 2-ish in the afternoon. Nika, so the problem with coffee is that it has an incredibly long lifespan within your blood. Caffeine specifically. Like the half-life of caffeine is 10 hours. So once you've had 1 cup of coffee, it's going to take 10 hours before that quantity halves itself in your blood. And then probably another 10 hours or, 5 hours or something like that before it works itself out entirely. So the truth is, even 1 cup of coffee means that you're going to struggle sleeping. That's the scary part of caffeine. Elisha, that was the point, or the plan at least, was to have it be shorter and more focused, right? Twitch is where very long streams really work. Like, I can do a stream where we do 3 hours of just chatting and then dive straight into Final Fantasy and play another 3-4 hours of Final Fantasy. No problem, people love it. But as soon as you start doing, like, really long streams on YouTube, I feel like it's not really conducive to the YouTube ecosystem. People on YouTube prefer bite-sized stuff. They want something that's, it's there, they can watch it quickly and then move on. And the Q&A stuff, I think, provide people with that perfect sort of level where, they come in, they hear a couple of questions, they hear a couple of answers, and they can leave, as soon as they have other stuff to do. So it just makes life a little bit easier. Lamatude, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. I get so confused sometimes. You are on YouTube, sometimes on Twitch. Lamatube, I'm only on YouTube on Sundays. So Sunday evenings is when we do the Q&A on YouTube. That's when I'm on YouTube. Rest of the time, I'm on Twitch. Or I'm on nothing, depending on the day. But when I am streaming, it's almost always Twitch. It's only 1 day a week that we do YouTube. So when I watch usually, yeah. I mean, I do the YouTube stuff because it's really fun. And I thought about originally moving the Q&A stuff to Twitch. So having people come on Twitch and have a Q&A session like that. The issue is, it felt like it would work better on YouTube. Just because it's better as a, platform for stuff like that. Alpocalypse, how you doing, bro? SBJ, how you doing, brother? What time is the Q&A on for EST? I want to make sure I'm actually there this Sunday. Jesus, I don't know. I think 6 p.m. my time is around noon for a lot of NA, Nico, but I'm genuinely not sure exactly, all of your time zones. It would be around noon, so it's either going to be 1 o'clock or it's going to be, 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the morning, probably around there. Lamatude, what time is it UTC? What the hell is UTC? What does it stand for? Thank you very much, Alpaca. I really appreciate that. My time right now is 6 p.m. CAT, which is Central African time. Or Central European time. Really, I don't know why we have Central African time. I think the only reason we have that time zone exist is because we don't, in Africa, have daylight savings time. So probably that makes just more sense to say 6 p.m. CAT. So we don't get bogged down with things like daylight time and shit like that. Adam, you're in Vancouver. Does the demigod, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Very happy to have you here. Whoa, 8 a.m. in Vancouver. Jesus. It's 10 a.m. in Texas. There you go. So, whatever time it is now for you... Actually, fuck. What am I doing? Nico Spider, whatever time it is for you right now, that's when the Q&A starts. So, yeah. Whatever time that is for you right now. Because the Q&A starts at the same time as my normal stream start. This is the demigod. I'm really happy to have you here. Welcome to Twitch. It's more degenerate, more fun, more wild than YouTube. A lot of the things that we do here would not be safe to be done on YouTube, which is why we do it here. Because why not? It's a wild fucking ride, bro. Let yourself in here at your own risk, so to speak. Especially during the just chatting streams. They can get wild. Really depends on whatever the fuck chat wants to talk about. Longitude, yes. I moved from Pretoria to Cape Town in December. The 1st of December is when I arrived here. Alrighty, I'll be there. I'll definitely be there this Sunday. Nico, I'd be happy to have you there. The format for the Q&A stuff is literally Discord. So if people have questions or stuff, they can jump into Discord in a voice channel with me, ask their question, debate it with me, just basically talk about whatever. That's sort of the format that the YouTube, kind of like a podcast with different guests, I guess. Fucking hell, my back, dude. I don't know what I did yesterday, but something about the squats that I did yesterday, there's a muscle right there in my back that's twitching, and it wasn't from the squats. I think it was from the leg press. I remember lying down for leg press, and as soon as I did it, I felt a slight twinge in my back, and now it's just been bothering the living fuck out of me. So I need to get that loose. Bit of power, somewhat. I mean, look, it's still South Africa, right? It's just a much more beautiful part of South Africa, but it is still South Africa. So we still have the same power problems that we had almost always. The only difference is, so usually when the rest of South Africa is on phase 2 blackouts, we'll be on phase 1 blackouts. Miracos, how you doing? Those the MX-50 headphones. I need to rebuild mine. The headband is falling apart. Yes, this is the MX-50. I want to buy myself SteelSeries wireless, but they're fucking well expensive. And I right now need to save up for other things, so... Longitude, that is why the wireless SteelSeries edition. So I'll quickly show you which SteelSeries you need to go for. What's the fucking company called? Oh my god. PC Port, South Africa. I don't remember their fucking name now. EveTech. Jeez, never mind. I don't even have to Google that. I just remembered. EveTech. All right, so if I go to EveTech, I'll quickly show you the Arctic Pros, but I'll show you why the Arctic Pros works fantastic. All right, so if you buy these, if you buy the Arctic Pros, these ones, the Arctic Pro headset, what you do with this is, yes, you take the 3.5 millimeter headphone jack, plug it into that. There should be no echo unless there's something wrong with the headset. Llama 2. There should be no echo. Based on everything I've heard and everyone I've spoken to, it's supposed to be like instant. So, I mean, if it's like 0.1 seconds, I don't think that would bother me too much. I prefer wireless. If I can't get wireless, so if I'm, could we have a sub or donation goal where if met, Akalon will do the Rakishi? Carl, I don't even know what the fuck that is. What is Rakishi? I don't know what that is. And if it's a dance, I'm not doing it. That sub goal is going to be your mains. It's going to be the same as me playing Lalafell on Final Fantasy 14. Kidding me? Having a 0.1 second delay in my voice to headset? I can see that. I don't think it would bother me too much. But if I didn't get these ones, I would go for the... Is it Sennheiser? I want to say Sennheiser, but I could be wrong. No, I think it is Sennheiser. Sennheiser, I think DT770s. I think it's these ones. Yeah, I think it's these ones. If I'm not mistaken, you get two of these, or is the 990? One of them is open back, the other one is closed back. These ones are closed back. I would go for the DT. I think it might be 990. Is it 990? Let's see. One of them is open back and one of them is closed back. I think this is the open back. Yeah, the 990s. They're open back, and I prefer open back to closed back. Hold up, let me see here. Yeah, I can't watch that. The stream will immediately get copyright strike. By the way, you guys remember when we reacted to Chris Hansen? That Chris Hansen videos that we reacted to? Turns out you're not allowed to react to those. That video got blocked everywhere. Like, literally everywhere. Just straight up blocked. But I don't like Razer, to be honest. So, Longitude, I would say the only problem with the biodynamic DT990s is power draw. So they almost guaranteed require outside power. You're going to need some kind of thing that can give it extra power because they're not going to get powered by your... They might... I don't even think the Wave XLR will power it. The Go XLR could, maybe? Maybe the Go XLR can power it, but it needs a lot of power. I think it's something like 90 ohms or some shit like that. It's very, very, very big. 250 ohm, excuse me. It's a 250 ohm headset. You could go for the 80 ohm, right? So it really is up to you. But I would say that maybe do some research before you just buy it, because there's a very good chance that it's not going to power the headphones. Not that it's not going to work. The headphones are just not going to be as loud, because it doesn't draw enough power to actually power all of the sound that needs to come through it. So far, the wired Kraken one seems to work wonderfully. Sound is great, and the ear covers are comfy to wear. Zinigo, whenever I buy headsets, it's almost always... I do prefer people that specialize in headphones. So, for example, these is Audio-Technica. Biodynamic is very good. Sennheiser is very good because they specialize in audio. I don't particularly like gaming brands like your Razers, your SteelSeries, things like that. The only reason the SteelSeries ones would be on my list is because they're wireless and they can actually do feedback, voice feedback. Otherwise, I fucking wouldn't. Anna, how you doing? Otherwise, I would never buy Asus or SteelSeries or anything like that. See, I don't like cheap headphones, Apocalypse. I'd rather say spend a good, decent amount of money, buy a good headphone, and just keep it. So, for example, I have MX50s that my brother took. I gave my old ones to my brother, and they were 4 years old. These ones I've had now for about a year and a half, and they're still perfect. They're probably going to last me another 3, 4, 5 years before I buy new headphones. So, Eliana, how you doing? Farron Lightning, how you doing? I want a set of... I want a set of Ashdown OV1B badly. Never heard of that. But based on what you've told me so far, it seems like you know your headphones. So, I'm pretty sure I won't be able to get those in South Africa. Like, it's a good fucking bet that I'm not going to be able to get these in South Africa. Oh, they're gorgeous. Jesus. Oh, I love the little sound meter right there in the headphone cup. They are beautiful. I don't like the ear cups seem a little bit small, and they seem to be leather. I fucking hate that. It's literally the one thing I despise about these headphones is that the ear cups are leather. In South African summer, that fucking blows. Like, seriously blows. I see they have some. So these are memory foam ones. Don't like the brown, but I'm sure you can get around this. Still beautiful though. Very beautiful. As long as they don't have a mic on them, I'm sold. I'll buy these. I just will never be able to get these in South Africa, but you need a sugar daddy, Pikarku. I cannot help you. I'm broke as fuck. Well, I'm not broke, but I'm not rich either. I'm definitely not sugar daddy material. Give me a couple of years. Someone wiped their ass with those pads? You think so? I ended up getting the Kraken headset, partially because it came with a wired mechanical RBG keyboard combo. All the pretty colors. I hate RBG. Like, I despise it. I would love if gaming companies would start bringing out mice and keyboard that the RBG is completely optional. So you can either take one that has RBG on it or one that doesn't have RBG and everyone's happy. Like, the people that want the pretty colors and want their fucking PCs to look like Christmas trees, go for it. So for example, the mouse and keyboard that I have, I can turn down the lights pretty far. Or I can turn it completely off on the keyboard. The one problem with the lights being completely off on the keyboard is the keyboard was designed to have backlighting. So you can literally see fuck all. You can't see any of the keys on the keyboard. Because literally the keyboard was designed with backlighting in mind. There's no waste power and space with those shitty RGB lights. Of an X570 Dark. X570 Dark, you mean motherboard? Who makes a... is that AMD? I want to say X570 is AMD, right? Do I not have... I have the Tomahawk. I think that's also X570. Yeah, there we go. I have the Tomahawk X570 down there. Because, again, can't get EVGA here in South Africa, sadly. Not an option. At least it isn't. It hasn't been for a while. Yeah, we can sort of buy. So, for example, my power supply is a Superflower power supply, 1,000 watt power supply. And Superflower is the company that makes the EVGA power supplies. So EVGA buys their power supplies from Superflower and then slap the EVGA sticker on it. So quality-wise, just as good as an EVGA. I can literally just not get the one with the EVGA sticker on it. But I think I understand why. EVGA's customer service is some of the best in the business. And since EVGA doesn't have local people, I think that's why they don't want to sell in South Africa, because they don't have anyone local that can provide that level of customer service. And customer service in South Africa is non-existent. Ambient lighting sets the mood. No thanks, Spider. No, thank you. I'll take no lights. I already have 2 massive fucking lights shining down on me. I don't need more, you know? And certain kind of power supplies. Yeah, the truth is that almost all gaming brands buy their power supplies from the same fucking 3 companies, so it doesn't really matter. It's like RAM. No matter where you buy your RAM, it basically all comes from the same place. Gray, the lovable dragon, how you doing? Alicia, trying to remember now. I think Seasonic is one of the manufacturers, right? I don't think they're just like EVGA. I don't think they're just a company that slaps their logo on it. I think they're also one of the companies that actually makes their own power supplies. So the EVGA RTX 3090. Why did you go for the 3090 Llama Tube? Oh, you got it cheap. See, I wouldn't buy the 3090, even if I got it cheap. I got my 3080 very early. Very early. Like, I think it was 2 or 3 weeks after they launched. They came in stock in South Africa, and I bought one. And I was very happy. Like, 3080, I'm good with that. Got lucky then on that. Fahrenheit me got lucky on what? Oh, on the 3090. The guy could not power it. Jesus. Sad days for him, but good days for you. It's an easy trade. Because, I mean, I did not even waste my time with the 20 series. The 20 series is completely overhyped, overpriced, and stupid. I am a huge fan of the 30 series, though. So I watched the milkshake video this morning. That was hilarious. It was so fucking good. Like, him reading that is so fucking good. I really enjoyed it. Oh my god. Such fun. So, ladies and gentlemen, what is going on in the gaming industry? Is there any news? It feels like just Elden Ring and Lost Ark. Feels like that's the only things that's going on right now. Like, no one speaks about anything else. There doesn't seem to be any other news on the horizon. Lucid, how you doing, bro? It's going well. Thank you so much for asking. It's going really well. I genuinely cannot complain. I have a 3090 gaming side and a set of Titan XP's Pascal for my 3D render side. Jesus. You really put a lot of work in your rig. I just have the one and I'm happy with it. Yeah, I haven't even bought Elden Ring. I'm still deciding. New Pokemon game was announced. Nitrox, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't actually... Thanks for the follow, bro. Really appreciate that. I don't play Pokemon games, so I don't know what to make of a new Pokemon game coming out. Don't play Gran Turismo either. Salty Fries, how you doing, brother? What's good? I don't know what's good. I'm in pain. That's what's up. That's why I'm streaming, so that you guys can fucking distract me from every muscle in my body aching. I almost forgot a new Final Fantasy game is coming out in March. Wait, is Final Fantasy 16 coming out in March? Are you sure? CDJ, how you doing, brother? I don't know about swole, but yes, I am. I'm tired. I'm very fucking tired. Jim, Salty Fries, always Jim. Today was particularly horrible. Like, today I pushed my shoulders literally to the breaking point. There was a point where I could just no longer lift a single weight. It was so sore. I couldn't even lift my arms like this. It's starting to get better, but I literally couldn't even do this with no weight. So I couldn't even do that. Do you think they will end Final Fantasy 14 like they did 12, I think it was? 11, LlamaTube, and no. So, Final Fantasy 11 ended because it was never really that popular. You know, it was very niche, and yes, a lot of people played it as a sort of niche game, and I'm pretty sure people still play it. I think there's still people that play Final Fantasy 11. Just, I don't know if there's that much content or any content being released for the game now. But no. We know for a fact, Yoshi P have said that they have at least 10 more years of gaming in the Final Fantasy 14 franchise. And there's probably going to be more than that, you know. It really depends on what Squeenix wants to do. There might come a time where Squeenix decides that they now want to utilize better technology, and so they want to create a new Final Fantasy Online experience. But I think I sort of want to take a gander and say, if there is going to be another Final Fantasy online game, it may be Final Fantasy 18 or Final Fantasy 20. So they're probably going to do another couple of single players, and then they'll do another, like, huge one. Wait, Warhammer Online still gets patches? Holy shit. So, Lamatube, why are you not a Final Fantasy player? Oh, 40k Warhammer. Yes, please. Yes, please. I would die for that shit. The issue is just every game that has so far come out in the 40k universe sucks monkey dick. Lamatube, that makes sense. That makes sense. I will say, though, the action in Final Fantasy XIV is so fucking good. It really is so good. And if you really don't give a shit about the story, you can just skip all that, you know. Like, if you play the game with skipping all of the cutscenes and all of the talking bits, I think the leveling takes you... We were speaking about it the other day. I think you can level to max in about a week. Maybe even less. If you skipped all of the cutscenes and all of the dialogue, you could probably do it in like a good 20 hours, 24 hours of gameplay. You'll hit max. The only things that will slow you down is the patch content, and really, the longest patch content in the game was ARR. Heaven's Ward's patch content was really well paced. You can skip all that. You don't have to waste your time if you don't care about it. You don't have to waste your time doing the, like, reading shit. But I will say, once you get to max level in Final Fantasy, so let me put it this way. There seems to be this misconception within the gaming community that Final Fantasy is all about story, and that's really it. And really, I don't blame people who've never played Final Fantasy XIV for thinking that way. Because Final Fantasy, like Yoshi P himself, says that it is an RPG first and an MMO second. It's literally one of the reasons they're bringing out within the 6.x patches. They're going to bring out, single-player dungeons. The ability to do dungeons and stuff single player for people who just want to play the single player story, people who just want to see that. The misconception, though, is that it's just about the story and there really isn't anything else, and nothing could be further from the truth. When it comes to Final Fantasy XIV, I would say yes, the story is a major part of the game. But I would say if you started putting all of its content together, and by that I mean all of the deep dungeons, of which I've heard there's another deep dungeon coming in 6.x. I don't know which one of the 6.x patches, but there might be another deep dungeon coming. Deep dungeons, for people that don't know, is sort of Torghast, just done really, really fucking well. You have Palace of the Dead, you have Heavens on High, and then you're getting a new one now. If you take all of the housing content, all of the glamour content, all of the jobs, because the jobs is actually physically content. If you take all of the trials, all of the raids, and all of the Alliance raids into consideration, then Final Fantasy has more gameplay mechanics than it has story. The only difference is that most of those things is accompanied by story. So, for example, all of the raids have a story that encapsulates and encircles the raid that you play through when you're doing it. The trials the same way. Every trial, every piece of content in Final Fantasy opens up and ends with a story. Now, obviously, if you don't care about the story, you can just skip that shit. But they're all there, right? By jobs, Nico Spider, I mean crafting as well. So your jobs, what is it called again? You have your jobs of war, And your jobs of what else? Is there 2 or 3? Because you have the DOMs, which is DOM is, and then you have DOW, I think, whatever the fuck that means. You have DOM, DOW, but then the jobs, you also have 2 types. You have the jobs of war and jobs of hand, I think. Disciples of land and hand. That's the one. Thank you so much. Yes. Disciples of land and hand. So you have the different jobs and so for example, every crafting profession in Final Fantasy is a job that you can take up, a class, so to speak, that you can take up. But if you start gathering all of that content together, it is insane the amount of content that it has. And for people that, so for example, you just said there, you would start playing it if they added Mythic Plus. Well, they've got you, fam. They don't have particularly or specifically Mythic Plus, but what they do have is Trials. Now, Trials is 8-man content, so I would say somewhere between raiding and dungeons, no mobs, a single boss, and if you start pushing that shit to Savage, is it Savage Extreme, or how does it go again? I think it's Extreme, Savage, Ultimate, or is the 2... Which one is for raiding and which one is for... I think it's your Extreme Trials. It's like the hardest... No. Where's Ultimate again? What is the Ultimate fights? Is Ultimate the raids? Extreme and Savage is for raids. Ultimates is for Trials. Trials, raids, Extreme, Savage. Ultimates is separate. Alright, so Ultimates is a separate thing. But those things are stupidly fucking hard. So, for example, I've spoken to a couple of hardcore Final Fantasy players who have also played World of Warcraft, and at a very high level, so Mythic level, and all of them say there is nothing in World of Warcraft that is even close to the Ultimates. The Ultimates in Final Fantasy XIV is ridiculous. Their difficulty factor is out of this world. So it's basically going to give you very much what you and your friends like about Mythic Plus, which is working together, trying to figure out how to kill the boss, and struggling for the most part to get it down. Apocalypse, we're not talking about story, because that's not even ultimate level in World of Warcraft. I would put that on a level that doesn't have a word that describes how fucking hard that is. There is no word that sort of can explain how difficult it is to follow Denuzer's plot. Stormblood, when it was current, just not my cup of tea. So, I mean, I'm not going to try and convince you, Llama2, because I think everyone should be playing what they like. Ultimately, that's what it boils down to for me. Let people play what they enjoy. But I do think the amount of work that Final Fantasy have done over the course of time, because here's the thing. Do not judge Final Fantasy if you played it 10 years ago, or even 5 years ago. Because here's what Yoshi P did that I think is absolutely miraculous. They slowly but surely, over the course of time, adapted their game to be better, but this happened incrementally. So they didn't just come with one expansion and go, bam, everything's new, everything's great. Incrementally, over time, they started making changes, small little changes to the things that they do in their game that took the game to a whole new level, in my opinion. So there does seem to be a pretty massive misconception, especially within the World of Warcraft audience, about what Final Fantasy is all about. And I can tell you, as someone that I believed that I would not be a fan of Final Fantasy. I fought against playing Final Fantasy for years. Shadow Scalig, thank you for the tier and sub, really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I fought for years against playing Final Fantasy 14 because I just said, look, it's a fucking weeb game. I'm not playing it. Like, screw off with that shit. And then I dove into it, and I can honestly say, happiest day of my life. So fucking glad that I actually ended up playing it. My friend to play because he says he'll never get over the weeb graphics. I don't even know what people mean when they say weeb graphics, because it's good graphics. I enjoy it. You get used to it. I don't know why people care about graphics so much. In my opinion, graphics should be the least of your worries. Oh, but dude, if you get into it, the weeb stuff. So the weeb part of Final Fantasy really depends on how much do you want to engage with it. So you can either engage full on with the weeb stuff in Final Fantasy 14, or you don't have to engage at all. I think weeb lol is the problem. I don't give a shit about graphics at all. Happy Rogue, how you doing, brother? Hey man, how do you shave your beard on the neck? I don't shave my beard. I have a barber that I go to that shaves my beard about once every 2 weeks. I find it way too much effort. Ash of Creation does look amazing. I think Ash of Creation is going to fail, though, but it does look amazing. Well, not that it's going to fail, I just don't think it's going to be as successful as people hope it will be. I think people have way higher expectations than what they should have for it. I'm looking forward to playing it, and I'm definitely going to play it, but I think there's too many people that think that game is going to be the killer of all other MMOs, and that's just stupid. It's not gonna. The way that game is built, it's going to be extremely niche. It is really just going to appeal to a very small group within the gaming community. ESR and Guild Wars 2, I feel like those three capture each and every itch I've attempted to seek from WoW for years. So the next game I am going to play is Star Wars The Old Republic. I've heard amazing things from that game. Everyone I've spoken to that play it have just been like, dude, if you care about stories, that is the game to play. So I'm looking forward to giving that a go. Dennis Fox, how you doing, brother? I think of Genshin Impact. Final Fantasy isn't that weeby in my opinion. I do think that the gaming industry overall is changing. And if you like Star Wars, oh my god, of course I love Star Wars. Who doesn't like Star Wars? Of course, only the first 6. And before people go, oh my god, dude, the prequels were so fucking cringe. I don't care. The prequels set up the next 3, and therefore they're good. And the right way to fucking watch it is 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. Do not watch it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why the fuck would you do that? That is just stupidity. No, watch it as it was meant by God. The prequels were better than the last 3. I mean, the first 6 Star Wars movies dwarf anything that has come out since from Star Wars. Thailand, how you doing, brother? Foul Smoke, how you doing? Those are still way better than the current ones. True. See, I am always, will be, Legends Die Hard. I was into the comics, books, and digital art way before the movies, which I'm told is weird. New trilogy doesn't exist. Yeah, I don't even give a fuck about it. Getting kicked in the prostate is better than the last 3. Dude, I would rather have my dick sucked by a hobo than watch the newest Star Wars films. So, Lamatude, we may not have sub numbers in terms of what is good and what isn't, but ultimately we do think Kicking it sloppy. We may not have numbers that tells us definitively which game is better and which game isn't, but I would say just based on sort of the audience reception at the moment and the general feel around things, and also some of my contacts within Blizzard suggested World of Warcraft is below 1 million subscribers. Now, I haven't spoken to them since 9.2 launched, but based on what I've heard, a lot of people are very upset about 9.2. We're going to be talking about that a bit later. Up to this day, I never watched the last Star Wars movie, didn't feel the urge after 7 and 8. So I lost my shit as soon as that fuckhead removed his mask and there was absolutely nothing wrong with his face. As soon as I saw that, I was like, okay, fuck this movie. Like, Jesus, no thanks. I mean, this is just a children's movie at this point. Disney really living up to their fucking name here. Because, that was just annoying to me. Like, and I don't care what the reason is, because, yeah, he idolized Darth Vader. Who gives a shit? So do you guys want to talk about why 9.2 is kind of not going well? So let me ask chat first. Why do you guys think 9.2 isn't going that well? Want to see it? They should check out the Patreon. People should fucking sub to the Patreon anyways. But I have a different reason than what we discussed yesterday on the podcast. Because it took me some time. I actually had to think about this. I spent like the last weekend, really. From Friday, I started seeing people really complaining on Twitter about 9.2. Then I started, obviously, the usual crowd started coming out in defense of 9.2, kind of blaming the player base, for how bad 9.2 is. The usual suspects. You all know what I'm talking about and who I'm talking about here. But I've been thinking about why. You see, the thing that pisses me off is Blizzard is going to use this, and obviously the Blizzard Shoals is going to use this as a see what happens when Blizzard listens to you. See what happens when Blizzard actually gives you what you want. That's when you realize, oh wait, this is not actually what I want. So clearly you should shut the fuck up and just let Blizzard make the game that they wanted to make in the first place. And it's like, that's the saddest part of all of this, is that those people, and most likely Blizzard, doesn't seem to recognize or realize what the true fault of 9.2's inherent failures are. Blizzard did absolutely listen to the player base. The player base said that they didn't want a grind. They didn't want power additions to the game to be locked behind grinds, and Blizzard listened. There's one problem, though. Blizzard, being the gaming company here, should have recognized that, hey, if we no longer have power behind our grinds, we should probably put something there for people to grind for. We should probably have some cosmetic stuff, or some fun stuff, or some toys, or some anything that actually gives people a reason to go out and do some grinding. Because we no longer have the power content that would have had people grinding either way, right? And when I say mounts, I want to be so fucking clear on this, because I hate when I get these WoW Andies in my comment section going, what are you talking about? There's so many mounts and pets and shit in the game. No, there isn't. If you remove all of the recolors from the game, there is barely no fucking mounts and pets in the game. The only time you actually get mounts and pets in the game is if you go to older content. All of the new content is dominated with recolors and reskins. It's the same mount, it looks the same, it does the same thing, its animations is exactly the same. It's a different color. I'm not saying different colors is necessarily bad. You can have different colors of different mounts, but if you had like a really unique, really cool mount, behind some rep grind or behind some renown grind or behind a quest line, people will actually enjoy doing it a hell of a lot more than what people will enjoy just doing nothing. You see, the problem is Blizzard listened. They removed the grind from the game. People will now just automatically get their power upgrades. But you have to put something in its place. You have to give people a reason to actually want to do things. Otherwise, there's just no point. And Jamalman, yes, of course people will continue to fucking complain. Because this is exactly what I'm talking about, Jamalman. You're making my fucking point for me. Oh my god, Blizzard listened to you and you still complain. See, you guys just complain because it's fun. No. You have two different complaints here. The first complaint was that I don't think that my power should be behind a 3-week grind. I don't think I deserve that. The fact is, I want to play the game and I don't want to be forced doing shit that I don't want to do. The separate complaint that is revealed because Blizzard finally listened to the player base is, hey, there's fuck all in this game to do. If there's no power behind the grinds are fairly fucking useless. That is all on Blizzard. Both of those things, Blizzard's fault. If you're going to have grinds in your game, at least allow for those grinds to amount to something. The biggest grind in Final Fantasy gives you one of the best looking weapons in the game. It is completely cosmetic, but you're going to put in that grind so that you can unlock that weapon. It's gonna take a fuck ton of time. It's gonna take months of grinding, but once you have the weapon unlocked, you can look like a beast as a result of that. You can't just remove something from the grind and then go, all right, you have your grind here and there's nothing else there. Well, what's there now? What do I do now with this grind thing? Why am I grinding? Give me a reason to work towards something. Don't make it power-based. I don't want to get power behind grinds. I'll get my power behind dungeon grinds and raid grinds. That's fine, that's what I want to play. But give me a reason for this grind. Everything should have a goal that you can work towards. When you just have grinds with no goal in sight, of course people are going to complain. And the argument from players, Jamalman like yourself, going, oh my god, it doesn't matter what Blizzard does, they're always just going to fucking complain. It's short-sighted and it doesn't help the game. You're not actually helping when you try to defend Blizzard. You're just making things worse. Instead, try and figure out why are people complaining. Recognize and realize that people are complaining about two different things, and that both of those things can be fixed if Blizzard simply pulled out their finger and actually started doing some work. Myself and Apocalypse were talking about this yesterday on the podcast for patrons. There are so many things that Blizzard can do to increase the fun that players are having in World of Warcraft with not really that much extra effort. If you keep all of the content in WoW and you just figure out a new way to release said content, you'll have better content, more polished content, more frequent content, and whenever people get to that dip where they kind of get bored, there's nothing really else, boom, more content comes your way, and you keep it alive. It's actually something that Final Fantasy does, I would say, a hell of a lot better than any other game I've ever played. Final Fantasy's individual patches don't have that much content in it. But when you start putting the patches together and you start putting the content together over the course of an expansion, those expansions are fucking stacked. Blizzard needs to learn that. And I'll put this in a simple sentence. Blizzard needs to realize that not every single patch in World of Warcraft needs to be a new game. You have your game. Every patch should be an addition to that game. If you start looking at it that way, you're going to make a better game overall. Because now you're not replacing every piece of content with new content that now needs to serve the masses for 6 months. You're simply adding more content. And over the course of a year, half of the expansion, people have so much content they don't know what to do with themselves. That's the trick. If Blizzard can nail that down in 10.0, oh boy, is World of Warcraft going to be well on their fucking way. Is World of Warcraft going to be well on their way? I didn't defend Blizzard. I'm saying the truth. No matter what the company does, someone will complain. You only read part of what I wrote. Jamalman, I always only read part of what people wrote. Like, what people write. I can't read everything people write because everyone's talking. And I obviously have to answer. So I always only read half of what people write. Hopefully I get the second part later or you write it again. But you are correct. People are always going to complain. Is that a bad thing? So, chat, is it a bad thing that people will always complain about World of Warcraft? Then, yeah, sure, we can do the taste. Kids, how you doing? Nixie, how you doing? So I'll ask you this. Hachibachi, how you doing, brother? Snow, how you doing? I would ask you the following thing. If I'm paying you money for something and the thing that you deliver isn't exactly what I paid for or what I expected, would you say I have the right to complain? In fact, I'll give you an example. Let's say you were selling me a BMW, right? I come to you, I say I want to buy a BMW. I point to the BMW in the picture. You tell me that this BMW will have 4 doors, 5 doors with a boot. It'll have 4 tires, 5 tires with the spare. You tell me that it will have AC. You tell me that it will have flickers. You tell me that it will have a rear mirror and side mirrors. You tell me that it will have 6 gears. You tell me that it will go 180 kilometers an hour, no fucking problem. You tell me all these things, all these really nice things, seat warmers and all the rest of it. And so I wait. You tell me it's going to be here in a month. I say, no problem. I'll wait a month. It's not a problem. Then you deliver my car to me, and there's no doors. There's also no wheels. There's also no AC. The seat warmers are there, but they kind of work. Sometimes they don't. Do you think I have a right to complain at least a little bit about the car? Because now you tell me, because I'm complaining, of course, you tell me, hey, don't worry about it. Next month, we're giving you the wheels. And then the month after that, we're giving you 2 doors. And then the month after that, we'll give you another door. In about 2 years, your car will be fucking complete. Do you think I have a slight reason to complain at that point, about the car that I just got? Or do you think, fuck you, stop complaining, you got a car? What would you say, chat? Some reason for complaining, or am I supposed to shut the fuck up? The crux of the matter here is when I am paying for something, I have every right to complain. If I'm not having fun or enjoying the product that you gave me that I paid for, I have every right to complain. It is your job to make sure that that product either lives up to the hype that you've sold me on the product, or my job to walk away from it. The truth is that more people are walking away from World of Warcraft than ever before. Because they've had enough of empty promises. They've had enough of Blizzard saying, yeah, we'll do better. And then things don't get better. My recent video on Ian's interview showcased this. So many fucking comments in that video say exactly the same thing. Empty words, empty promises. I've heard it all before. Fuck them. So many comments. People are just burnt. They've had enough of a company that continuously overpromise, underdeliver, and lies. Ian straight up fucking lied. Ian said that the plan was always to have the story be told in 3 parts. That 9.2 was always going to be the final patch of the expansion. Well, then someone tell me, why is there one arch in Ouroboros that is not in use? Did they misplan? Did they put the arch there just because, you know, why not? No. That arch was supposed to be content. That was content that was cut because they ran out of time. Their story of, oh my god, this was always our plan, is bullshit. And Ian didn't even have the balls to man up and say, hey, you know, yeah, this wasn't all the content we had planned, but at least we're giving you the story. You know, we tried. We do apologize for the content that had to be cut, but it had to be cut because we just didn't have time to get to it. I know for a fact, because I have people that work at Blizzard who told me that content was cut. I know that for a fact, that they cut content. So, World of Warcraft at this point is just full of shit. And that is why people are complaining. Because people have learned that they cannot trust Blizzard. If Blizzard wants that trust back, they're going to have to earn it. And earning trust, anyone can tell you, is very, very hard. Especially if you've lost that trust. It's one thing if you don't have trust yet, and you have to build rapport and trust with a player. But if you had that trust, and let's be real, there's no company that had more trust from their player base than Blizzard Entertainment. If you've had that trust, and then you destroyed that trust because of your own shortcomings, getting that shit back is almost impossible. So yes, people are complaining, Jamal, and you're very right. People will always complain, and that is part of making video games. It's part of making videos. No matter how good the video is that I make, there's always going to be people that isn't happy about the video that I made. Always. No exceptions. It's life. I make videos, I have customers that consume those videos. Some people like certain videos, other people dislike it. All I can do is take what people are saying, I can take the positive and the negative and work on making sure that I get as many positive ones as possible and as few negative ones as possible. But this is life. And people shouldn't get personally offended when other people say bad things about their video game, because believe me, Blizzard doesn't give a shit about you. No one needs to defend Blizzard. I'm not saying you defended them, Jamalman. I'm just saying Blizzard doesn't need defense from anyone. Right now, Blizzard deserves the ire that they're getting from the player base. 100%. The gaming community needs to stop being so insecure and grow a freaking spine. Stop defending these companies for not delivering a complete product. You paid for it. You have the right to complain if you receive a bad and complete product. Cloud, how you doing, brother? Absolutely agree. Criticize the art and not the artist does not apply to Blizzard? No. Blizzard is a company. It's a soulless, shallow fucking company. You're allowed to criticize it. I'm not saying start criticizing the individual developers that work at Blizzard, except for Ian, because he is directly to blame for everything that goes on in World of Warcraft. So the buck does stop with him. But I would never sit here and badmouth one of the individual developers that work at Blizzard Entertainment, because they're only doing what Ian tells them to do. And they are probably doing their job as well as they fucking can. Praetorican, the complaint is that the game feels slightly empty. The biggest complaint that I've heard from 9.2 at the moment is people don't quite understand the reason for Zereth Mortis. The zone doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It's a massive zone with very little to do. The rares don't seem to make a lot of sense to people. The grinds don't seem to make a lot of sense to people. People are just sort of lost in this massive zone. That's beautiful, from everything that I've seen. And there's a lot of things going on, but none of those things seems to be things that they really give a shit about. As on Thursday, play a bit? Yeah. It's literally a realm. Like, Ian needs to fucking go, dude. I'm not even gonna... Ian has to go. And I don't want to make this into an attack on Ian as he cost us, because I don't know what he's good with and what he isn't. Nixie, thank you so much for the 5 community subs. Really appreciate that. Can we get some hearts in chat for Nixie? Nixie, I'm going to use that money to buy me some hookers, if you don't mind. Actually, I should just invest in a hooker business. Like a nice brothel. I don't know if brothels are illegal in South Africa. I think you're allowed to be a streetwalker, but you're not allowed to have a brothel. Some shit like that. I'll figure it out when we get there, you know. New business plan. I'm going to go to the bank tomorrow and say, look, all of my subscribers are investing in this business. I have 100 investors, tens of investors. Give me money. I want to start a brothel. I'm going to be a pimp. I'm going to be a fucking pimp, bro. But no. Okay, so back to a bit more serious. I don't know what Ian's strengths and weaknesses are. Not specifically. I don't know what he would be good at Blizzard. So I don't want to start this video as an attack on Ian as he cost us, but more, I guess, an appeal to Blizzard. Under Ian as he cost us, it feels like Blizzard or World of Warcraft have lost all direction. World of Warcraft right now seems like a game that's sort of poking in the darkness, just sort of grabbing in the darkness, trying to figure out what could or couldn't work without anyone really understanding where the game is supposed to go. I made this video not long ago where I spoke about Denuser, and I said, I don't even know if I can blame Steve Denuser for the mess that 9.0 story is in, the Shadowlands story. Because if it's true, and a giant patch was just cut from the content, perhaps that's the patch that would have made the jailer make sense. But because we don't have that patch, everything was rushed. And so the players are still struggling with Whiplash, trying to figure out what the story was actually all about. Ian as he cost us does not seem to know where he wants the game to go. He seems to be a developer right now that is just sort of going for the rule of cool. He sort of strikes me as a dungeon master in D&D that didn't plan a story beforehand, and then sort of started leading the team, ran out of ideas very quickly, recognized that the ideas that he was coming up with isn't really resonating with the players in his team, and then just started doing rule of cool stuff. Just throwing bosses at them and, fuck it, who gives a shit? Let's just do this, right? Maybe Ian can do it, maybe Ian can't. The fact of the matter is he's had 3 expansions now to do it, and in 3 expansions things have just gone downhill faster and faster with every single expansion. So I'm looking at Ian as he cost us right now, and I'm saying, Ian, I do not think you have what it takes to make World of Warcraft. And no offense to you. Some people are great leaders. Some people are born leaders. Other people are not. You see this all the time in the business world. You can have 2 people that is incredibly talented, know exactly what they're doing, know their job back to front. One of them will always be better as the worker, and one of them will always be better as the leader. Because being a leader requires that you have a vision, a goal that you want to work towards. It then requires that you sort of motivate everyone around you to work towards that exact goal. But what I get from World of Warcraft at the moment is a game that doesn't know what its goal wants to be. It sort of grasps at straws and never figures out, right, this is where we want to be. This is what we're working towards. We want to have content that go to this specific spot in World of Warcraft. And I'm sad to say this, because I realize a lot of people might not think the same way, but I can only blame Ian for this. The buck has to stop somewhere, and considering that he is the lead developer for World of Warcraft, he is the director of World of Warcraft, I'm going to say it has to stop with him. If he doesn't have vision, then what is the fucking point of trying to create vision anywhere else? Individual developers cannot have a vision. They feed and work off of the vision laid out to them by management. The story of World of Warcraft seems entirely pointless. They have Zuval, who seemingly is this bad guy, yet we don't quite understand why he's a bad guy, outside of what they told us. So they told us that Zuval wishes to dominate the whole universe. They told us that Zuval wishes to destroy us all. Zuval hasn't even killed a single person this entire expansion. He's the big bad guy of World of Warcraft, and yet he has zero blood on his hands so far this entire expansion. At some point, you have to start asking yourself, well, is he really the bad guy? Because if he is a bad guy, he seems to be the best bad guy I've ever seen in my life. Like, if he is the bad guy, he's going to heaven. If he died tomorrow and heaven was real, he's going in. He's not killing anyone. He's not doing anything bad. He just seems to have a bit of a different goal to everyone else, but even that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like, maybe his goal could work, maybe his goal wouldn't work. Who the fuck knows? But he is the bad guy. So you have a story that has no goal, no vision, no point that it wishes to reach. You have a game with no goal, no vision, no point that it wishes to reach. And everyone else is just sort of grasping around going, well, I like playing the game. I don't necessarily know why I'm playing the game. And I think nothing highlights the directionlessness of World of Warcraft quite as well as 9.2. When you get players complaining that they log into this massive, giant, beautiful zone and they don't quite understand what they're doing there. There's all these rares, but they don't quite understand what these rares are for. There's this entire zone with all these sub-zones and they're not quite sure what they're going to do there. That speaks to me about a directionless game. A game that has no direction and no goal. And I've said this before, but you can sort of track the decline of World of Warcraft since Legion. You can see how every expansion, more and more of the behind-the-scenes trouble started coming to the fore. And make no mistake, I do believe that the lawsuits, and specifically the reasons for the lawsuits, was a big part of it. I do actually believe that that was a massive part of it. No one wants to work in those situations. But I believe now in 9.2, we are finally seeing another problem within Blizzard Entertainment. There is no direction. No one sits down and actually asks themselves, what's the point and purpose of what we're building here? What do we want Zereth Mortis to be? What do we want players to get from Zereth Mortis? What's Shadowlands supposed to be? What is it that players should take away from Shadowlands? Seems like no one asked themselves that question even once. Ian rambled some shit about it being an RPG choice, and then built the game to be the least RPG game in the history of gaming. It's like, well, Ian, what RPG when? I don't know what RPGs you're playing, but I've never played an RPG with choices like this one. It feels like he's trying to do the rule of cool because they really have nothing else. And they don't know what else to do. Ian isn't a leader. Ian was amazing as a raid designer, and I wish that he would go back, because there has never been as good a raid as an Ian raid. Ian's raids are absolutely phenomenal. Ian's game is shite. Ian should not be leading World of Warcraft. Just plain and simple. Sorry. Lindy out of Africa. Wow. South African or where in Africa? Lindy, how you doing? Thanks for the first time in chat. Really appreciate that. I love RPGs, but I just can't get immersed in WoW. It's a fucking struggle, believe me. It is a struggle. South African. Hey, Lindy, happy to have you here. Whereabouts in South Africa are you from? I found out about the lore in WoW long after I liked the game. Now, like I said, I just daily log and go play other things. Savin Raven, that makes sense. How you doing, by the way, Savin? The flaw in the story is that any of the 6 cosmic forces are good or evil. Their polarities, good and evil, can exist within each cosmic force. I agree with you there. Born in Pretoria, but I live in Joburg. Holy shit. Born in Polokwane, live in Cape Town. Lived in Pretoria for 2 years. Wait, how long did I live in Pretoria for? Was it 2 years or a year? 2. I think it was 2 years. Yeah. And I've been in Cape Town now for about 3 months, 4 months, something like that. Lindy, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ian's an amazing raid designer, not so much game designer. Nico Spider, I could not agree with you more. The stuff you critique WoW for, I agree with, but Ian likely has those as requirements from the sales and marketing side. I don't know what about the failures of Ian as Agostas I can blame on marketing. So that's why I'm not doing it. I would have to wait. Do I like it in South Africa? That's all right. I mean, no. It's a shit country. It's beautiful. But the government is fairly useless, which goes in my favor as well. So, I don't know. It's a difficult question to answer. Because, so I hate government in general. I'm not a huge fan of government. I would prefer if there was no government. Luckily in South Africa, for the most part, there is no government. My government is broke. They're incompetent. They're inept. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. So it's actually like living without a government for the most part. They don't really interfere with you because they don't know what the fuck they don't know how to. So I would probably have a far worse time living in places like Canada or America or Europe, where the government is actually competent enough to fuck with my life. So I would say I love the culture. I love the people. I think the goals in South Africa are some of the most beautiful goals in the world. Go to any gym and true, we have some very beautiful chicks here. I would say as a people, we're very friendly, very fun, but also dickbags, which I also like. People in South Africa can be very rude. And I don't know why, but I kind of like that. For some reason, I like the fact that they can be very rude and very blunt. But yeah, overall, I'd say it's a country like any other. You know, some things work, some things don't. If you live in the cities, you basically have a first world experience. If you live outside the cities, you have a much shittier experience, I think. Pretty much, yeah. If you're Afrikaans, you're... it's weird. So Afrikaans people are, as Lindy said, they're rough and onbeskof, which I'm trying to think what that directly translates to, but sort of rough and ill-mannered, I guess, but also very friendly once you get to know them. Gary, and of course it is. Jy gaan nie vir 'n oomblik vir my fucking sê dat Suid-Afrikaners nie donders ongeskik kan wees nie. Letterlik vandag met 'n tannie gepraat, of verby 'n tannie gestap en ek sê, "Hallo, kan ek verbykom?" Sy kyk na my asof ek fucking mal is. Sy staan in die fucking pad. Ek kan nie verbykom nie. Ek kan soos fokol verbykom. Sy staan in die pad en ek sê, "Ekskuus, kan ek verbykom?" En sy sê, "Oh." En ek sê, "Fok jou tannie, Jesus, laat ek dit verbykom. God." Ek was lekker afgepis met daai tannie gewees. Anyway, sorry about that. I couldn't say that in English. It just rolls off the tongue a little bit better in Afrikaans. But basically, what I just said is there was a lady in front of me today at a shop, and I wanted to get through the fucking door, and she's standing right in front of the door, and I'm like, excuse me, can I pass? And she gives me this look, dude, as if I just asked her if I could molest her children or some shit. She gives me this look, and I'm like, excuse me, can I just quickly pass? And she's like, oh. And I'm like, fuck you, Jesus, you're in the door. I want to get through. What the fuck? What did I do wrong? Like, you shouldn't be standing chatting in the fucking doorway. My BF says I sound pissed when I speak Afrikaans. Oh, shit. Is your BF not Afrikaans, Lindy? Gonna conjure Cthulhu in a second. Yeah, I wish I didn't have to wear my mask. Right, I usually just move them and then say, excuse me. No, I'll usually ask politely, excuse me, can I get past? Let's look in that. One's like a winner to me. Looking? When did I say looking at all? Yeah, we're not free of the mask yet. My government maintains that you have to wear the fucking mask, even though it's now basically shown to not really work. But yeah, we're stuck with it. The funny thing is, my government actually acknowledges that it doesn't actually work. Like, the health minister of South Africa actually said, we know that most countries have let the mask mandates go because masks have proven quite ineffective, but we'll wait and see how it goes in those countries before we remove it here. I'm like, bro, if you fucking know, you know. Like, they've removed the mask mandate because it's not as effective. What is it that you wish to see? As if suddenly the masks are going to become effective? Like, it's been 2 years, dude. If they would have become effective, they would have been effective already. Anyway, we have decided COVID is no longer important. I would say most South Africans don't really give too much of a fuck about COVID. There's here and there people in the gym that sort of lose their shit still over it. But most people in the gym don't even give a shit. So I go to the gym every day. And just today, I'm busy doing rows, back rows. And there's like a guy standing next to me. And he's fucking chatting to me, dude. Just fucking chatting to me. No mask on. We're sort of hanging out. And there was another girl who came in. She was sort of using equipment. She was using the squat rack. Before she uses the squat rack, she goes to this table filled with disinfectants and sort of paper towels. She gets the paper towels, gets disinfectant, disinfects the whole fucking station. Like, literally washes the fucking station for some reason. But she's washing the station first. Goes back, puts the stuff back, goes and does her exercise with the mask on. You don't have to keep the mask on when you're exercising. She has the mask on just in case the mirror gives her fucking COVID or some shit. Because she's alone. It's just her and the mirror, effectively. But, you know, better be safe than sorry. You never know who breathed on the mirror before you did. And then as soon as she's done with it, me and this guy still chatting away, fucking doing our sets, shooting the shit. As soon as he's done, she goes and gets more paper towels, more disinfectant, and washes the machine again. I'm like, what? Jesus, lady. Like, fucking hell. Just calm down, right? You're gonna give people fucking disinfectant poisoning at this point. New ones, no matter how hard he tries. Shame. Oh, shit. That is shame, Lindy. Back rows to work on his back rolls? Counselor Mike, how you doing, brother? Echo's there thinking, I'd like to be that station. She wasn't hot enough for kids. If she was hot, maybe yes. I have specific things that I would like her to focus on. But she wasn't hot enough for that. What do I think of the Stream Deck? I think it's a good thing. I just don't have it. I don't know how I would use it. But I think it's a good piece of equipment, so. Councilor Mike, I've been streaming at a normal time for a while now. What are you saying? Today's washing dishes in the kitchen? Oh, shit. We're starting that again. The most misogynistic chat on Twitch. But everyone knows it's true. Garion, it is true. The real world is too hard for ladies. If you need any evidence of that, just look to Blizzard. Everyone knows that ladies are far happier in the kitchen, not working. Blizzard proved that point. They're making the game friendlier and friendlier so that the girls don't get offended. Even though I don't know a single girl that was offended by the game, but hey, you know, Blizzard knows best. Since most men can't anymore, I can't fix a fucking car. What are you talking about? I can't fix shit with my hands. Like, my hands can play video games, that's about it. So why do people make fun of people who cook? I do not get that insult. The insult isn't really that people cook. The insult is supposed to be that girls belong in the kitchen. Which to me seems like a very horrible marriage if you're gonna have a marriage. Like, of all the rooms in your house where you could have your girl, why would you want her in the kitchen? Don't get me wrong, sex in the kitchen isn't bad, but it's not like sex in the bedroom. If you're gonna choose arbitrarily a room for the girl to be in your house, kitchen wouldn't necessarily be my first choice. Even since it lost Stark for us in the West, it's really odd. Well, it's because the West can't fucking handle it. Like, if you just see some side boob, it's fucking over. You know? Suddenly the girls get offended, the guys get all rapey and shit, because apparently no one in the West can fucking behave themselves. Even though that is the furthest thing from the truth, we're not allowed to say that, because, you know, that might offend people. No one woman who's mad at you in the kitchen either. That's where the knives are. That is true. Side boob be getting them creepos all bricked up. The insane god, how you doing, brother? I don't know, man. I just feel like the world is so full of people who overreact to fucking everything. People should just chill. Most people aren't that sensitive. Most people can take a fucking joke. And most girls are stronger than what, I don't know, California thinks they are. Look at the amount of girls that play anime games and, like, slut mogs in video games and really sexy shit in video games. And then tell me that those girls are going to be offended when a girl is too fucking sexy. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. And I don't know about you guys, but whenever I see a really sexy girl in a video game, I don't immediately go, shit, I have to rape her. That's not instant. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm sitting here and not raping her at this point. Like that's not immediately where my mind goes. So I don't know who this is for. I don't know exactly who this is aimed at, but yeah, it seems to be the current thing. Just a potential rapist? You are, yes. So true, jeez. What also pisses me off is when I pick something like gaming for a date and my BF gets yelled at for not taking me out on crappy stereotypical dates. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I mean... gaming makes for a good date, though. Like, gaming together, just sort of fucking chilling out. Playing a game that you've maybe never played before, or just jamming out, that's a good date. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for the more, you know, romantic dates as well, but sometimes just chilling and watching a movie or chilling and playing some video games is good. Hey baby, you want to raid? Raid your pants is what I want to do. My partner games? Mike, you don't have a fucking partner. Stop lying. Unless, of course, you mean that your partner is your left or your right hand, in which case, yes, your right hand does game. But that's not the same thing. Jeez, who wants to join another raid team? Big sad. Oh. What a way to be dropped. What a way for a breakup. Your girlfriend that you play games with goes, so I'm going to join another raid team. And I hope that everyone understands exactly what I mean by that. What if we died while standing in the fire together? Just kidding. Unless... Jesus. Get into an argument about shopping and she G-kicks you? When your hand is your date, hand of Sephora's acquired? Ah, G-quit the couples guild. Dude, I was in a guild with a girlfriend of mine. It's not always that great. In fact, it's annoying. I would say nowadays, if I were to play a game very seriously, like an online game with my girlfriend, if I had one, but if I did have a girlfriend and we were playing some game very seriously, I would probably not want her in my guild. If it's my guild. If it's just a guild, that's a different story. But if it's my guild, fuck that. She can go join her own guild. Broken by a hoe and moon god who cheated on him IRL. Lol, big surprises. Oh my god. My wife and I's alts. That's not really a guild though, is it? It's more like a holding area apocalypse. I need a healer. True, Garion. Very fucking true. There's nothing quite like having a little pocket healer. Separate from most of my friends, even in guilds. So the problem that I had, and I'm sure not every guild is like this, but it is a potential problem that I just would rather avoid. But the biggest problem I had was someone would say something in the guild that slightly offended her. And then I would be expected to deal with it. And it's like, no. It's like, well, you're my boyfriend. Are you just going to let him talk to me like that? And I'm like, yeah, because in this place, in this game, I'm not your boyfriend. I'm the guild master. And they were well within their right to fucking say that to you because you gave them shit first. So deal with your own shit. It's got fuck all to do with me. And then that would turn into a fight, which would annoy the living fuck out of me. Because it's like, wait, I'm now in trouble in real life because of a decision I made in the game. How is this even a thing? So, yeah, that's just why I decided no thanks. I think it depends on the couple. Some couples have great teamwork, while others get super competitive. I don't really give a shit about competitiveness. She was a much better player than me, so there was no competition whatsoever. She kicked my ass in World of Warcraft. So yeah, I didn't really have a competitive issue with her. It was just the fact that she would continuously get fucking annoyed at people and then somehow expect me to deal with it. When are we couples rating? I don't know. I don't have a +1. So what is it? Am I gonna set up the couples raid for you guys and then stay out of it? You know, get like 4 couples together and hey guys, enjoy the raid. I got it together for you. Have fun now. See, I would never fucking swing. I can't do that, dude. Sorry, but no. I am way too fucking jealous to do shit like that. I would lose my fucking shit if I saw someone else touch my goal, dude. It would drive me nuts. Or as my ex was a rogue. A really fucking good assassination rogue. Assassination and subtlety. And just absolutely out of this world good. I'll be a +1. Maybe I don't want a +1. How about we do a singles raid instead? She pegged you from behind? No, Council May. She didn't peg me. We were both Horde. There was no backstabbing going on. Ready? A +1 size? There you go. There you go. That makes more sense. Bring both your hands. Make the one stay on top of the table for once. Wait, who jerks off with 2 hands though, Saban? You literally just said that at least one of the hands should be on top of the table for once. Who the fuck? Dude, I don't give a fuck how big your dick is. You do not need 2 hands to jerk off. What, do you have shoulder problems that makes it impossible for you to go the full length of your dick? And also, by the time you would probably need 2 hands, you would physically be incapable of walking with the size of the dick that you now sport in your pants. Let's go that way with that, because that's what you said, Saban. If you, like, look, what the fuck is this? Everyone knows, if you say something even remotely sex-related in this chat, it's gonna become sex. Like, that's what it's gonna be. Just ask your mom for help? Oh. That's not a family activity. I would say that's like one of those things that really isn't a family activity. You know how parents are supposed to prepare their kids, you know, for the real world? I think there's some things that your parents don't need to prepare you for. Like, your mom doesn't have to teach you, you know, what a blowjob feels like or a hand job or something like that. I feel like that's the cutoff, you know? That's sort of the thing where you go, I'll figure this out as I go along. You know, I don't need all of this explained to me. Why is it that Kentucky and Alabama have this weird stereotype to it? Whenever you speak about incest, immediately people talk about Kentucky and Alabama. Did you mark how you doing, fucker? They are of Bristol. They are the Bristol of the US because it's Ken. Is this partially true? Dude, okay, so let's do percentages here. What percentage of Alabama and Kentucky do you think actually have incest as just a go-to thing? And would not be 69. Go fuck yourself, Mike. It would likely be like 1, 2, maybe 3%. So that means that you have like 95 to 98% of the entire people that live in Alabama and Kentucky being called out for something that they do not partake in. It's not 22% either. 22% is a hell of a number for incest. Like, what are you saying? Can outrun their dad. Jesus. I think people underestimate the other states. Would depend on the size of the families. Yeah, I don't even know how you go there. I don't even know how it starts. Like, how do you start something like that? You know, I look at my parents and there is just zero chance of ever looking at either of them and being like, oh yeah, let's do this. I don't know how you go there. It is a little bit sickening, to be fair. Dude, I don't need to know Alabama and Kentucky to think that the vast majority of the human race wouldn't be engaged in shit like that. And sleeping with your stepmom is not incest. Well, actually, question time. Would you say that sleeping with a stepsister or a stepbrother is incest? Oh yeah, I should do what Apocalypse says. By the way, there's a new reaction channel. It's literally called Reactalon. Go join it if you want to see some reactions, whatever we react to. That is up on that channel every day, a brand new video. Also, join Reddit if you haven't yet. Literally just called Acalon. Join the community there. Clip some shit. Share it on the community so we can see all the clips and have a bit of a library of some of your favorite clips. But is she the step by mother or father? Like blood related or not? No, she's step. In other words, she's not blood related whatsoever. Because I think the other one, so for example, let's say that your father remarried and then had children with your new stepmother, then that would be half brother and half sister, not stepbrother and stepsister. Why would you say stepmother or stepfather is bad, though? So, besides the fact that you're sort of, fucking one of your parents' wife or husband, I would say it's less bad than if it was your actual mother or father. So blood related, it's not. It does create some awkward situations, though. I mean, awkward would be an understatement, Lindy. Definitely. I think it would be harsh for parents, though. Like, oh my god. Because obviously your parents view you as very different. They view both of you as children, right? They're children. So what if you're a parent and you walk in on your son with his stepsister, for example? Because in your mind, this is your daughter and your son going fucking at it. That would be mind-fucky as shit. Nerdy Jessica, how you doing? What time is it? Incest time. It's always incest time somewhere. Or his wife. Now, that would be awkward. If your father walked in and you were busy with his wife, who's not your mother, but his wife. That would definitely be awkward. That is the kind of thing that you don't just get over, you know? You're giving this way too much thought? You have to, Garion. You never know when shit like this could happen to you. Jackal on live, and all I can think is I should go to sleep, but like, sus. Nerdy, what time is it there, and how are you not sleeping already? How the fuck do we get to this? I don't know. Who started the incest conversation here? Is she porn star hot? I don't think porn stars are that hot, though. What if your dad walks in with your new hot stepsister and introduces you? What, are you just gonna immediately drop your pants then? I don't know. Like, porn stars have so much fucking makeup on, dude. So here's something I don't understand, and maybe the ladies in chat can help me if I'm completely wrong. Isn't the point of makeup to look as natural as possible? So to kind of, I'm going to use the word, but it's not really, but it is kind of. Isn't the point of makeup to kind of be false advertising? You're kind of making yourself, you're making your cheeks a bit more red, you're giving your eyes a bit more color to pop. But it needs to look as if you don't have makeup on. Is that not the point of makeup? Here is something I don't understand. How are you doing all that without your makeup budging? I mean, in some videos, the makeup does fucking run, which is apparently also a kink. Because for me, the makeup look that is sexiest is the one that you can't really see that she's wearing makeup. So it looks extremely natural. But then you get ladies, like today, there was a girl at the gym who, like, you can physically see the fucking makeup. Like, you can see it. It's like layers upon layers of makeup. I just sat there thinking, dude, if you kiss her, you're going to have to go wash your face after. Giving her a hug, your entire shirt is ruined. To accentuate your features, plastering makeup on does look pretty gross. I tried to have someone ask me how my face looks so great without makeup while wearing makeup. That's the thing, right? Where, you fool the guy entirely into thinking there is no makeup there. But okay, so, Jessica, there's a kink I think it's called running or something like that, where while the girl is giving the guy a blowjob, her eyes tear up, and then her makeup starts running all over her fucking. So basically, she looks like a mess at the end of it. And for some guys, that's like a massive turn on. I don't know why that would be, because basically you're now in bed with like Darth Vader, but hey. Sloppy! Yeah, that should actually be its new name. Sloppy. Just the sloppy kink. Edgar say, Luke, I am your father. It symbolizes domination, which a lot of guys get off on. I don't necessarily always understand that kink either, to be fair. Like, I understand why you would want to dominate someone. That I understand. But some of the domination stuff out there is just weird. It doesn't necessarily, like, point towards... Like, for example, wanting to use a whip. Why? I don't see how that is sexually, like, exciting. There's other things that you do where you naturally dominate her. And that is super fun. But... yeah, I don't follow. Degradation variant that I don't get. But, like, how you gonna dominate me with all 2 inches of that? Oh, shit. Being called out on stream live? Jessica, holy shit. I knew I shouldn't have sent you that dick pic. Fuck. I had to zoom in as well. Just don't wear makeup unless I'm going to a wedding or something. I'm lazy and I can't be bothered to do it. And take it off at night. I'm often asked how I'm so pretty when I wake up. Wow. That's good. 2 pixels doesn't count? Bro, it's the best I can do. The fuck you want from me? With a free magnifying glass? Please don't send dick pics. That's not true. Jessica, I have it on very good authority that girls fucking love getting dick pics. Every girl I've ever spoken to, they fucking love it. Especially when the guy said nothing before and they don't know the guy. They live for that shit. Waking up in the morning, 20 dick pics in the DMs. On 3 different platforms. Let's go. That's a good day. One of your friends does like getting dick pics? From random guys or from her guy? Of course you love those. Of course you do. From random guys on WoW. I have never understood the fascination with sending dick pics. I have never understood it. Like, what is the thinking of the guy that is sending the dick pic? You know? Are you... So... Run through the logic here. So you're a guy, you see this incredibly hot girl. Pick a girl. Whichever girl is really hot in your opinion. Yeah? Now, you think to yourself, okay, I'm going to DM this girl. I can open with, hey, how you doing? You know, classic, very laid back. See if she responds. I could open with a joke, you know? I could open with a quirky pickup line. Or I can open with a dick pic. Which one of those things are going to have a higher chance of making that girl eventually fall in love with you? How is there some guys that think to themselves, you know what, my dick is so magnificent. It's so incredibly pure and beautiful that this girl is going to see it and immediately go, where are you? I need to drop to my knees. Why do guys think that that works? Already stated, I'm not the norm. If we are hitting it off and flirting and you send me a dick pic, oh shit, it's go time. But like if we don't talk and you do an RPG with me, then randos in a dick pic, you are getting shamed. Hey, there's a difference, right? if it's a guy that you like, it's a guy that you're really into, I think dick pics are sort of a go. It's sort of part of the whole, you know, thing that people do. So I'm not shaming dick pics in general. I'm specifically talking about unsolicited, unrequested, and sort of out of the blue dick pics. So, Zofia, thank you so much for the 5 community subs. Can we some love in chat for Zofia? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Zofia, how was your holiday? You've been back for a while now, no? I feel like if it's mutual and you want boobies or other stuff, then sending a dick pic... then sending a dick pic first is the way to go. Wait. Sending a dick pic first? I would say no. Oh my god, you're killing me with the dick pics combo? Hey, I am here all week. Tip your waiters. I would say no. Dick pic can definitely not be the first. You first get something from her, and then you respond with a dick pic. Even funnier when they send those unsolicited dick pics and wonder why they get blocked. It's only okay if it's my BF. Yeah, I understand the BF thing completely. It's literally those unsolicited ones that I don't get. Mean they want a dick pic? Oh, everyone that sends me, that gives me subs gets a dick pic? 100%. One for every sub. Literally at the end of every stream, I just lie down and just take like dick pics, one of every angle, start sending it out. It's not your dick. FBI open up. Oh shit. That's a dick pics first. If it happened to me, I'd post that publicly. As you should, in all fairness. As you fucking should. Nerdy, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. 5 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So anyway, right at the end of the stream. Jessica. Right at the end of the stream. Jumbo, how you doing, brother? Maybe if you put googly eyes in your dick and draw a mouth on it, you have a chance? I don't know. Like, by the time your dick would actually do something to sway the lady in your favor, you don't need googly eyes and a mouth. Exactly, Sophia. It's one of the perks. It's one of the perks. Collage of deeks on my wall downstairs. That's the way to go. I have a magnificent dick. All 2 inches of it. Get a free dick pic when you sub with Prime. I think that's against Twitch's rules. Pretty sure. Streamer privilege. Wait, what streamer privilege? The privilege to send dick pics. Some guy sent dick pics to a friend of mine. A few weeks later, he was arrested for indecent exposure. Turns out he was a flasher and had a criminal record. Fuck. Perpetrator, how you doing? Oh, that's rough. That is rough, but it kind of makes sense. I don't know. I feel like there's good and bad things about that. Girls who know how to make use of the impotence and stupidity of men can make so much fucking money online, dude. It is not even a joke. So much fucking money online. If you're a girl, you have it. You have so much potential for making a stupid amount of cash online. If you're willing, of course, to basically, well, do things. Trickster, I'm not sure who wants foot pics. There you go. Jenny Beans have got you guys. If you want feed pics, DM Jenny Beans. Oh, shit. No, don't. Don't fucking DM her. It's going to be rough. Jenny Beans, I'm so sorry. I do apologize for all the DMs coming through to you right now asking where's your OnlyFans. You're going to have a great time blocking a fuck ton of people. I can't comprehend how you think that's okay to send unsolicited dick pics when you agree that walking outside and showing your dick to any girl passing by is not okay. I don't know, man. Men just get stupid when they get turned on, I think. I just sell worn underwear online to support my store mount obsession. Oh, shit. That's also something that I think makes a stupid amount of money. Was my feet? Hey, if it's cute feet, they're cute. Nothing you can do about it. Cute feet do be cute. Counselor Mike, I think someone actually once did a study on this. I could be wrong, but I think someone did a study on this where it showed that a man's IQ drops by like 20 points or something when they get turned on. I could be wrong. It could be one of those like fucking sort of hashed out or really sort of half done studies, but I read somewhere that a man's IQ drops by like 20 points when he gets turned on. So it's just another breed, I swear. I mean, for me, it sort of boils down to what kind of goal do you want? Which I think is an important question that you have to ask yourself, right? So, for example, if I were to say maybe there is goals that would be okay with getting unsolicited dick pics, which I don't know any, but let's say there are girls who really enjoy that. My question then becomes, is that the kind of goal that I would want to date? Because if she's into that, there is a good chance. I'm not saying every girl that is into that would be like this, but there is a good chance that she's just not going to be the kind of girl that I specifically want, right? And just purely by that, it sort of removes the need for me to ever send an unsolicited dick pic. So that might be it. For 9 years, we've known each other. I agree. Horny makes stupid. It does. Everything probably drops. Critical thinking, loyalty to partner, etc. Jenny Beans, I do not actually agree with that. Yes, horny makes you cock dumb. I love when English people use the word cock. Psychology researchers in Canada found that sexual arousal can influence a person's decision making. In their new study published in the Archives of Sexual Behavior, they showed that people who are sexually aroused are more likely to take risks, even if the risk involved is not connected to copulation. Interesting. Some dude in the drive-thru was jerking off and giving me a weird look. I just said, I've seen better, and then dumped his coke in his lap. Nice. Fucking love that. Nice. Flying dick and balls, who would buy? I would buy that shit. I don't even buy stuff off the store, but if Blizzard came out with a mount that looks like a giant dick and balls, I'm buying it. I don't think loyalty to partner counts as that. Because, I mean, I've had relationships in my life. I've been obviously aroused in my life. And I have never thought to myself, you know what, I'm so fucking aroused now, I'll cheat on my partner. I've been cheated on. This has happened. But I have never thought that. I personally think any guy that cheats on a girl would cheat on her regardless. The best, of course, is whenever people cheat and they go, oh, it was an accident. I didn't mean to cheat. Like, how can you not mean to do something like that? Just fell on my dick by accident. Scumbags be scumbags, horny or not. Yeah, I agree with that. It's sort of like when people blame being drunk for doing something stupid. And it's like, no. You were gonna do that shit at some point sober as well. The alcohol just gave you the confidence to do that shit now. Accidentally fell and landed dick down in her vagina. Jason ex-husband number 2. Oh, shit. To every modern chat, I'm so sorry. Don't apologize. It's Twitch being Twitch. Cheating goes both ways. Sometimes yes, but sometimes no. So I do agree that in a lot of circumstances, cheating does go both ways. It's never as simple as, oh, he cheated on me, fuck him. It's never as simple as that. There are times where, you know, I've seen this. I had a friend who cheated on his girlfriend. And to be fair, for about 3-4 months prior to that, his girlfriend was incredibly standoffish, very weird with him, very sort of would not be intimate with him whatsoever. And it wasn't something he did. Like, I knew her, so we did have this discussion. She just went through a phase where she didn't really want to have sex. She didn't really want all the intimacy stuff, which is perfectly fine. But as a result of that, her boyfriend got drunk one night and cheated on her. Is he wrong? Yes. Is she wrong? Yes. They're both at fault for what happened there. But I also don't think that's always the case. I do think there are times where you're just dating a dick. You're dating a guy that will just fucking cheat, because why wouldn't he? There's an opportunity for it, so let's go. Child number 2, my husband accidentally had sex with someone while I was in labor, and his mother had to go to the house to get him and caught him in the act. Oh. No, I'm really sorry that happened. Holy fuck. That is harsh. Jesus, that is a rough way to fucking bring a new child into the world. I mean, that was some accident. The lady wandered into your house, fell on your husband's dick, and kept bouncing up and down. That is some accident right there. Unless what, Andy? You can marry another woman, that's true. But women cheat as well, dude. There's this very interesting study that was done. This was long ago. But they did this study where they asked people, like, they asked a group of men and a group of women, what would be worse for them in terms of cheating. So they rigged them up to what are those machines called again? Those things that scan your brain. What is it called again? No, not lie detectors. No. Not a polygraph. No. EEG, maybe. Maybe like an MRI. I think it was an MRI machine. So they rigged them up to this MRI machine, and they started asking them questions, because what they wanted to see was, first and foremost, their responses, and then also test whether or not those responses were true. Yeah, but then more importantly, whether or not those responses activated certain parts of their brain. So depending on the part of the brain that is activated at the time that the question is posed to you, it would sort of change the way that they viewed it. So they asked both the men and the woman the same two questions. First, they asked, would it bother you more if your partner was having dinner with someone, being romantic with someone, or would it bother you more if your partner was having sex with someone? Which one of those two questions do you think got the most responses? All right, so here's where things get really interesting. For men, sex. For men, it was sex. If they saw their wife having sex with another man, that would drive them crazy. I believe during the with the test, they actually showed the participants pictures of their partner with another person sort of photoshopped into the picture. So they could see visually their partner with this other person in different scenarios. For women, it was romance. Seeing their husband or their boyfriend with another partner, being romantic, being intimate, was the thing that triggered the biggest response within women. And so they set out to try and figure out, why is this? Like, what could this be from a biological standpoint, from an evolutionary standpoint, why is it that men and women have a different response in general to basically the same scenarios? And effectively, what it boils down to is, historically, if you were a man, yeah, raising a child, if we go back 10, 20, 30,000 years ago, yeah, raising a child was an incredible job. No one wants to raise someone else's child. Yeah? You do not want to raise someone else's kid, put all of that on you, and not know that it's your kid. For women, if we go back far enough, if your husband leaves you while you have children, you were effectively fucked. You would become the outcast of the village. You would have very little people to rely on because, well, your husband found someone else. So their conclusion was, for men, seeing your wife or your girlfriend with someone else triggers this sort of ancient response in your brain of, she's having sex with someone else, she could have his baby, and then I'm going to be fucking forced raising this child. For women, the romantic, intimate thing was much harsher because he's going to leave me. The sex part was obviously bad. Like, neither of those two were like, you know, it wasn't like the one just had no response and the other one had a massive response. Both had a response. The one just, like, in one scenario, one of the sexes just responded much harsher than the other. And as it turns out, for women, the sex thing would be far less problematic than the romantic thing. I just found that interesting. And mod my BF stream. Really had fun chatting. Lindy, thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the modding. But she's still at her parents' house? Oh, purple stuff. Women do not take well to cheating. My ex I dated before my husband was literally just a dick. They wanted an open relationship where there was another girl who they told me point blank they were more attracted to than me. I had dated this person for 5 years at that point. Yeah, that wasn't gonna fly with me. Exit stage left. Who in this chat would be able to have an open relationship? Or maybe has an open relationship? So we have one person that says I would. One man is enough. You mean men are already too much issue? You don't need another one to fucking take care of? So the reason it wouldn't work for me, as I said earlier, I would lose my shit if I saw someone else touch my girl. It would drive me nuts. I don't think I could fucking do it. Monogamy anymore? But other than that, it wouldn't work. My partner is poly, but we still need to discuss the boundaries and such, but I know where they stand. I couldn't fucking do it. I'm sorry, I just couldn't. Dude, I would be... It would bother me. Like... I know I would just constantly think, what the fuck? She's with another guy. That is pissing me off. I don't like it. It would just be too fucking hard for me. Men are very territorial. I don't even think it's about territory here for me. Because I'm not really a jealous guy in general. So in general... My girl can talk to whoever the fuck she wants. She can hang out with whoever the fuck she wants. If she told me that she was going to have coffee with one of her exes, I wouldn't really give a shit. That, by the way, has happened before. Her ex was having some kind of family problems, and they used to be very good friends, and he didn't have any friends to talk to, and she was like, he wants to grab coffee, and I was like, yeah, sure, I'm going to play video games. So, doesn't really give... I don't give a fuck. But sharing... my girlfriend with another guy, or even another girl in this instance, I'd just be like, fuck that. Nope. My dick is the main character in this relationship. There you go. And I have my partner, and he's awesome. I'm happy for you, Nico. No, I'm always, I think, gonna be more monogamous than I could ever be anything else. Like, if I didn't give a fuck about the girl, so if it was literally just a sexual thing, then sure, have as many partners as you want, and I'll do the same. But if there's any sort of emotional attachment, it would just be, nope, this ain't fucking flying. I feel like they also create, because I've read about a few poly relationships, and I don't think I've ever heard of a poly relationship that actually goes well. Like, just goes off without a hitch, that never creates any problems. I don't think I've ever heard of a poly relationship that doesn't create serious problems eventually. It's been checked out. Poly relationship has to be open, right? From the start, and communication is mega important. Counselor's Mike, I don't even know if that's enough. Like I said, I know plenty of people that is in open relationships, and I realize open relationships and poly relationships isn't quite the same thing, but I know quite a few people that is in open relationships, and all of the relationships have jealousy problems. And sometimes not from the start. Like, at the start, it's all good and everyone's having fun, and eventually one of the two partners will just get jealous. They will just start getting jealous, and that's usually where the first fucking issues start. So yeah. I mean, it remains to be seen if it can actually work. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Because there is this debate, right? Are humans supposed to be more monogamous or more polygamous? There seems to be the debate of our time. Lucid, welcome back, bro. Just got done doing some tractor work. Holy shit, are you a farmer? Tractor work? I've never driven a fucking tractor. Abaman, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What confuses me is open relationships. It's only okay to sleep with someone else if you tell your partner first. But if you did it without telling them, it's like the worst thing you can do. I wouldn't know the ins and outs of open relationships. Hey there, caught you from a Final Fantasy XIV YouTube videos recommended me from the almighty algorithm, just dropping by to say thanks and to drop a follow. Dude, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. We're playing Final Fantasy again tomorrow. If you want to come in and hang out and watch me play Stormblood. The other partner was also a woman. Even then, I still see it as cheating. Yeah, I'm an organic farmer. Easy. Lucid, I do apologize. I wouldn't be your biggest supporter. Not that I have anything against organic farms. I just don't give a fuck what I buy. Like, I genuinely have never gone into a supermarket and went, wait, is this organic? Can I buy this? If it's there, I buy it. Wow, servers are up. I'm back to lurking. Take care, Nerdy. Enjoy. I just buy whatever is available. Sorry, I'm just going through content suggestions here. What's the last things we've reacted to? Can't fucking remember. I can't react to anything. No, Jay said I'm not going to react to the Endwalker trailer I'm not at Endwalker yet. So, Farron, I'm not allowed to watch the pedo shit at all. Because, well, I can't yet. Or I can't at all. We had one of those videos with Chris Hansen that we reacted to, and it got blocked instantly by YouTube. So, no point in even fucking trying that. I can't react to Hell's Kitchen stuff. I mean, other a Peter Crime video show? 66 thanks for the 45. Did really appreciate that.
Will we see a new WoW cinematic today?
I don't think so. 66. Whenever, so the quickest we'll see a new cinematic from World of Warcraft is probably going to be, unless you're talking about a cinematic just for the game. So isn't the raid opening up today? So there might be a cinematic at the end of the Anduin fight that we get to see. But outside of that, I don't think, if you're talking about a new cinematic as in brand new for the next expansion, the answer is no. That is probably only going to happen at best. That'll be at the end of the raid for Mythic. Any plans on trying Elden Ring? I wanted to try Elden Ring, but I'm not entirely sure it's my kind of game. It looks brilliant, but I've only once played a Dark Souls game. I played a little bit of Dark Souls 1, and it wasn't that I didn't enjoy it, it's just that it didn't really resonate with me. So I'm not entirely sure if I'm the best person to play games like Elden Ring. I mean, I would be open to giving it a go, but at the same time, I'm sort of like, am I going to spend that much money on a game that I'm not entirely sure I'm going to enjoy? I mean, I don't really give a shit about open world. All right, I've found... Let's see here. Wait, what? Jack the Stripper. Okay. What game is an open world? Well, sadly, all of the worst games are open world. No. If you go onto Discord, you will find the stream schedule that I've sort of updated. So the new stream schedule will now be Tuesdays is reaction and just chatting. So on Tuesdays, we chat, we react to stuff, we hang out. That's it. Then Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays is gaming. So we'll do 2 hours of just chatting and then jump in and play some video games. And then Saturdays is either off or just chatting reaction stuff. So it really depends. And then Sundays, obviously, the Q&A over on YouTube. But that's sort of the new stream schedule that I'm piloting. Just because I've been missing the just chatting stuff, and sometimes it's just sort of nice to hang out with chat and shoot the shit. You know, talk about whatever while I stream, rather than sort of knowing that, okay, I have to play games now, and then I have to do this. And something that I might work in to the just chatting streams and the reaction streams is maybe playing different games. So maybe we'll play a game in the background, just chat and react to stuff while the game is playing. We'll see. But yeah, right now, that's sort of the new stream schedule. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how people like it. But yeah, I get bored if I do the same thing on stream too often. So if I literally sit here every day, go live and play Final Fantasy, I start to get bored. I reach this point where I'm just, I don't want to stream the same thing the whole time. So it is sort of nice to just every once in a while take a break and be like, okay, today we'll play video games, and then, you know, some days we'll do other things. I don't know. What do you guys think of that? Probably a dumb question. Have you reacted to Pints Are Enslaved? Yes, we reacted to that long ago when it first came out, Jason. I'm trying to... For you, my dude. Have you seen any of the Final Fantasy XIV in a nutshell animated videos? I'm not sure. I could have. There might be some that I've seen, yeah. Sorry, I was just going through... Alpen, what the hell is this video? Alright, let's see. We have a video that people want me to react to. By the way, if you have any reaction videos that you would like to see, post them in content suggestions over on Discord. We draw all of them from there. Alright, I have no idea what this is about. I have no idea. It says Brew Stew 90s Toys. No idea what this even is, but let's see.
Alright, now I think it's safe to say that every decade has had their share of iconic toys. Like if you were a kid in the 1970s, you had like the Pet Rock and the old speak and spell that talks like the devil.
Hello, I am the devil. Spelled
Wait, you actually had such a thing as the Pet Rock?
the words murder.
Wait a minute, what?
I command you to kill the family dog.
And if you were a kid
Wow.
in the 1930s, all you had was like a hoop on a stick. Is this fun? I can't tell. I don't know, I haven't eaten in 3 days. Anything's fun at this point. But fortunately for me,
shit.
I grew up in the 1990s, which I have to admit had some pretty cool toys. So for all you youngins out there that grew up playing Flappy Frog or whatever the fuck it was that you did on your iPad, I'm gonna go through 3 iconic toys from the 90s.
Oh, the Tamagotchi, bro. Bro, what's the longest you've ever kept your Tamagotchi alive? Jason, the link to Discord. There you go. 5 years. I think the longest I've kept my Tamagotchi alive was like a year and something. And then one day while at school, my mum let it die because she forgot it at home when she went to the store. And it died and I just never started again. But I remember the Tamagotchi. What a fun little fucking game.
And I'm gonna give them a letter grade that corresponds to how cool I thought they were. First up, Tamagotchis. Now, Tamagotchis took my second grade classroom by storm back in the day. And for those of you that are unaware, Tamagotchis were little digital pets that you'd take care of, and you'd feed, and if you were the weird kid in class, you'd probably fucking talk to it. You're my best friend in the whole world, Tamagotchi. I don't care if my dad says you're just a stupid keychain. And they were a huge hit back then. Every kid had one. And why wouldn't you? I mean, who wants to clean shit from a big-ass dog when you could clean up fake shit from a fake-ass dog? It makes sense. And it wasn't just dogs that they had to choose from. They had all sorts of animals. They had cats and turtles, a goddamn water buffalo, you name it. Now for me personally, I didn't have a Tamagotchi, but I did have a generic off-brand one that I won from a gumball machine. And my little fake animal was a dinosaur, or at least that's what it said it was. But that generic shit just looked like a fucking blob with a face on it. But regardless, I took care of that little blob with a face on it for weeks. And over time, it grew a tail, and then some legs, and then a fucking goatee and shit. It was...
I remember this as well. I got one of these as well. Like my mum bought this for me, but it wasn't generic here. You could actually buy this shit.
It's growing up right in front of my stupid little face. That is until one weekend, I rented the game Star Fox 64 from Blockbuster, and, well, I played that shit for like 40 hours straight, which meant that my fake-ass dinosaur was left neglected the entire time. Hey, I took a shit over here. Can you come wipe me now? Anybody? No? Okay, then. And it didn't dawn on me until I showed up to school the following Monday and seen all my classmates with their Tamagotchis. Dude, check it out. My water buffalo grew a mustache. What's your dinosaur look like now? My what? Oh, shit. Whoopsie. Turns out I got home that day. My fucking Tamagotchi looked like a crime scene in an episode of Law & Order. It's face down, dead as hell, surrounded by piles of its own shit. And that was pretty much the end of it. So I guess we'll give Tamagotchis a B, and we'll give it an A+ for the emotional trauma that it caused an entire generation of children. Next up, the Bop It.
I don't think I ever had
game.
this.
It was basically an electronic version of Simon Says. The game tells you what to do, and then you do it. Bop it. Okay. And you just keep going until your stupid little fourth grader brain gets overloaded and you screw up. Ah! Game over. You lose. Now, the only problem that I had with the Bop It was, well, I don't really know how else to say this, but, well, the thing looked like a fucking sex toy, didn't it? I can't be the only one that thought that, right?
Yes.
Hell, the first time my next door neighbor Michael got one, we didn't know what the hell to make of the thing. I don't get it. Do I play with this thing, or do I just shove it up my asshole? Whoa, what the hell? Where'd you kids get that thing? God damn it, what did I tell you about messing around in your mother's dresser drawer? Get over here, you're gonna get 10 across the ass. Regardless, I still think the Bop It was a cool toy, even if it had some sexual overtones. Bop it. Pull it. Suck it. Wait, what? Game over. You lose. So I'm going to go ahead and give the Bop It a B- as a toy and a B+ for a sex toy. All right, moving on. Last but not least, we got the Furby. Now, the
I never
Furby
had
is
any of
basically a
these. I don't even know
three-dimensional
what
version
this
of
is.
the Tamagotchi, just a fucking stuffed animal that you're supposed to take care of. But Furbies had two main differences. One, they were annoying as hell, and two, they didn't fucking die. Now, these things were ugly as hell. I have no idea who the hell came up with the Furby, but I imagine it was some methed out guy in a board meeting like, all right, so what if we took like a Pokemon and then gave it Steve Buscemi's eyeballs and then we make it fart? Would you buy that? Oh, well, hell yeah, I'd buy that. I think I'd buy several. Now, personally, I didn't want anything to do with the Furbies when I was a kid. I mean, for one, I just didn't understand why anybody would want one in the first place.
Yeah.
The thing just farts and talks bullshit to itself. My Uncle Rick already does that. What the hell do I need a Furby for? And for two, I thought they were creepy as hell. I mean, when they would talk in their own bullshit Furbish language all the time. Beep, bop, poo, poo. But eventually, they start to learn English, and then they just pepper it in here and there. Cheep, cheep, bee-boo, fucking chicken paprikash. What the hell did that thing just say, chicken paprikash? Oh my god, it's learning. Burn it. We have to burn it and bury the ashes. And the most horrific experience I ever had with a Furby was when I was staying over at my friend Tommy's house one night, and all of a sudden, his Furby just starts yelling at us in the middle of the night. Party! Party! Whoop, whoop! What the hell? Tommy, oh, shut your Furby up. It's trying to party with us. What, the thing we're in a fucking frat house, for Christ's sake? I look over, and Tommy's staring at this thing like it's a goddamn poltergeist, terrified as hell. Meanwhile, this goddamn thing keeps yelling party, party over and over again, like it's on spring break in the Bahamas. So now I'm starting to freak out
switch them
myself.
off?
I have to approach this Furby like a fucking hostage negotiator, because I don't know what the hell's going on with this thing. I don't know if it's broken or if it's possessed by a fucking speaking spell.
I am the devil. I command you to party with the Furby.
Tommy, quick, how do I turn this thing off?
I don't know, dude. Let's just ignore it and go back to sleep.
So since I can't find an off switch or take the batteries out without a screwdriver, I decided to shake the shit out of it and hope for the best. Of course, there's no such thing as shaken Furby syndrome, so we're back to square one. Party! Party! So now, in a panic, I huck this goddamn thing into Tommy's closet, and for the rest of the night, we listen to this fucking Furby babble on and on and on.
Party, party, whoop whoop, chicken paprika.
Now, what that Furby was doing in Tommy's closet, I have no idea. But I imagine it was partying all night long, doing shots of tequila with a G.I. Joe and a fucking Etch-a-Sketch. So I think it's safe to say that we're gonna have to give the old Furby a big fat F.
Yeah.
Actually, let's give it 2 Fs, and those can stand for fuck Furbies. How about that? The end.
All right. I mean, quick, kind of funny. Not the greatest video. Someone sent this to me on Discord to react to, and they actually said, Akalon got to watch this. I'm gonna say it's all right, you know. Gramar, how you doing, bro? Will you be reacting to the new cinematic today? Yeah, as soon as someone suggests it, I'll be happy to. I will be happy to react to it on Discord in content suggestions. If there is a new cinematic, yeah, would be very happy to react to it. So the next video we have is, well, I think this is a Final Fantasy machinima. WoW and Final Fantasy machinima. WoW Refugees and Final Fantasy 14. Which, I always love the refugee stuff. So let's see this. I don't know if everyone had it, but there are others on the way afterwards, like Chupa Chups thingies, JoJo's, and something else afterwards. I feel like toy makers these days have a really rough time, you know? Like, if you're a toy maker, it's not as easy as it used to be. You used to be just, come up with a toy and people will play with it. Nowadays, if it's not on a screen, I don't think anyone's going to fucking, play with it at all. The best time for toy companies? Oh, yeah. Nowadays, it's gaming. Everything is about video games. All right, so we have WoW and Machinima. WoW and Final Fantasy XIV Machinima. WoW refugees in Final Fantasy XIV. Let's see what this is about.
Discontent throughout the many worlds has led a massive refugees to the gates of the
population and distribution of
Reports
Oh.
that each of the major cities have shown there are restless crowds of refugees in Eorzean citizens alike.
What are officials doing?
I love how they're doing sort of a news thing, almost like a zombie apocalypse kind of thing.
Conspiracists claim it's all a lie. Monstrous leaders distorting
How are the
census
refugees adapting to their new lives in Eorzea?
What are the Syndicate's opinions on this matter?
If they are willing to work, I see no reason not to let them.
That said, these are foreign refugees. To admit them would require a formal resolution.
Even now, our streets are choked with the displaced victims of the calamity.
I share your concern, but people can be a resource still more precious than you.
Given its urgency, I move we forego further debate and call a vote to accept the refugees or not.
All right.
Coming to you live, this is News Chapter 14. Here you see the wall in its completion, following the deliberations of the leaders of the grand companies. Quoting the elder seeds here, let's make Eorzea great again. Now, back to you.
And now for the next segment. Reports are trickling in exposing unsettling...
Oh my god, okay, that is actually quite fucking clever. Quoting, let's make Eorzea great again. Wall goes up, fuck yeah. Screw all the WoW refugees.
disputes amongst local citizens and refugees. Now, from Gridania, reporter Nyantia, could you shed some light on these developments? Here we are in Gridania with Elder Willikers, who is unhappy with his free company being displaced by the influx of refugees, Gan. Could you tell us how your free company is being affected by all the refugees?
They take our jobs!
Would you care to elaborate?
These days we can't even get into the raid with all these whippersnappers taking our jobs. White mates, taken. Dragoon, taken. Gunbreaker, taken. Get these grandkids off my lawn. They take our jobs.
Listen, I'm the Baroness. I own the auction house in Azeroth. I could buy 5 Brutos. But what good is all that gold if I can't even buy a flippin' house of my own? And lo and behold, I can't even do that here. I check the bloody listings every hour, every day, but these wankers won't get off my land.
They take our jobs.
What do you mean, how am I adjusting? I love it here. Bullies hating on a little furry chase me right out of the horde. Here in Rosia, however, everyone's nice. Everywhere I go, people always petting me.
Across Eorzea, disputes have spiked amongst refugees and locals due to complications in communication.
Have you run your roulettes today?
Bruh, I went to the Golden Casino, but I didn't see any roulette tables.
Oh, shit.
What about savage raids?
Yeah, I did like one raid and it was savage. It was like some AFK diva or something.
You mean Shiva? That's an extreme trial.
Yeah, it was. It's like extremely savage. But like, where's the mythics?
Oh my god. I have to say, as someone that came from WoW, the difficulty setting, I still don't get it. Like, still, to this day, I don't know what all the difficulties are. I'm assuming I'm going to have to get to max level so that I can actually start partaking in these things to actually understand all the different difficulties that you get within Eorzea.
Hi, you're a tall one. I like your mark.
What did you just say?
I'm just saying, like, you know, your outfit? Speaking of which, where can I find the Mogger?
The Moogles?
You know, where I can change my outfit.
Oh, you mean you want to glam?
No, I don't need to be glamorous. Just something humble for now will suffice.
Vegeta, what does the scouter say about the Q-time level?
It's over 9,000!
All right. Definitely a huge fan of this. Really well done. I feel like a lot of this is probably things that does happen. I like how they're sort of poking fun at some of the things that absolutely will happen in World of Warcraft, or for World of Warcraft players that do join Final Fantasy 14. I love the beginning. The beginning was absolutely my favorite part of this video. Just taking the piss. I would say Captain Grimm and Carbot is probably like the best. Carbot is most likely my favorite. Used to have Unreal? What do you mean you used to have Unreal? Unreal what? What do you mean used to have Unreal? Is that a difficulty in Final Fantasy 14? I don't think so. So what is Unreal difficulty? They are coming back. Well, I'm assuming Unreal would be like the most difficult thing you could ever fucking do in your life. To acknowledge, it's the exact same as Extreme. So where does Unreal slot into it? Is it, no, not as hard as Ultimate. Livina, how you doing? When they take an existing fight and scale it up to current item level. Oh, right. Well, that would just be fun. Stop refreshing YouTube for the cinematic. Help me. Grimar, they might actually do this one where it's going to be up to whichever guild kills it first, and that's when they'll launch it. They did that for some of the other cinematics. I believe the Ravendwraith, not the Ravendwraith, the Castle Nathria cinematics. No, actually I'm lying. Korthia, 9.1 raid. The cinematic only became available once the first guild killed it. So the cinematic remained completely locked until the first guild killed it. And then once that guild killed it, that's when that's when it opened up. So that's when Blizzard also released it on YouTube. So there's a good chance that you can wait, depending on how broken the raid is or how difficult the raid is. There's a very good chance that it's going to take a couple of hours before that's available. For 9.1, I think it took 2 hours. So 2 hours after everything went live, the cinematic finally became live. Because I'm assuming there will already be guilds raiding right now. Well, I don't have the add-on that shows me how many dislikes the video has, but I'm assuming it's probably going to get dislike bombed like all of the others. I don't pay too much attention to dislikes because, you know, it is what it is. People are going to do dislike bomb it. Chill until then. I hope the next expansion will inspire you enough to get you back into speculating the WoW lore. I have speculation videos coming up, Grimoire. Wait, is maintenance still going? Fuck, I thought maintenance would be over by now. That's strange. I genuinely thought it would be over already. Miracos need to get gas and run errands. Take care of yourself, everyone. Miracos, thank you so much for hanging out. Did really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, brother. So there is already people in the raid. How's that possible? How can some people still be in maintenance mode and other people already have it up? Some of the servers are already up. Okay, that makes sense. So they're having trouble with some of the servers, it seems. Yeah, I'm assuming that we'll probably get it within the next hour or two. The cinematic should be live. If it's not live by the end of this stream, we'll just react to it tomorrow. But Grimoire, yeah, I'm not... It's not that I'm done with World of Warcraft speculation. I'm just focusing my efforts on speculation now more in the old world. You know? Focusing on lore that I actually understand and actually care about. I have a new series that's coming up. I'll probably make the first video for that tomorrow, but it's the What If series. Excuse me. Anyone ever wonder why WoW maintenance seems to never be finished, even after it? Shit's still broken, but in if once maintenance is done, you're good to go. How many bugs were there at the launch of Endwalker? Was the game very buggy or not so much? Raider Glaze, how you doing, brother? Except for the queues. The queues were buggy, that we know. But... any game-breaking bugs? I've never actually played Destiny. Well, actually, I played it for like 20 minutes. Once you got past Endwalker queues, there was only the intermittent sound bug. Wonder how they get it done. Like, how the fuck do they launch an MMO with so few errors? Because, yeah, World of Warcraft, considering they have such a long PTR, one would think that there would be no bugs in World of Warcraft. Well... it's either that they know what they're doing, or that they are far more diligent. The what Savannah said at the start of BFA Cinematic is something that she actually says at the end of Shadowlands. We have paid the price for sharing this world because it didn't suit her mindset back then. I don't know. I don't think so, no, because what she says there is right after she destroys the heavens and basically brings the Shadowlands into reality. So I don't think that it's sort of that line actually goes at the end. It would be kind of cool if it does. Fairy Star, how you doing? Yoshi at one point wanted to collab with WoW, but Blizzard didn't want to collab. And now Blizzard would fucking love to collab. I think they probably have a bigger team of people, but I worry crunch could be a factor in it too, given what we know about Japanese working culture. So Fairy Star, I don't think crunch is that big of a deal. Consider what Yoshi P said at the end or during the live letter. During the live letter, Yoshi P said that they need an extra 2 weeks, I think, per patch, so the people can actually take time off and don't have to work themselves consistently to max. So I do think they are actually taking measures and precautions. Because Yoshi P and his crew actually plays other MMOs. They know what kind of bugs to look for. Pikachu, how you doing? Wait, no. It's Inu... Kipachuki? Inu, how you doing? I'm just going to say Inu, because I'm pretty sure I can't pronounce your name. Coming from WoW, I just remember maintenance days were always buggy, even after it was over, and they'd end up having to do another maintenance or prolong it. In FF14, the only issues I usually run into was long in queue for End Warcraft launch. I do know there were some sound bugs, but nothing really game-breaking. Might just be higher standards before they greenlight a patch. I think it's... So I think it might be a couple of things. It can be... So, almost guaranteed it's higher standards. But also, just in general, Blizzard have this really horrible mindset. Whenever things are wrong, whenever things aren't balanced, whenever things are broken, Blizzard, Ian loves to say, we'll balance that in a patch. So Blizzard has this mindset of, well, we'll deal with that later, you know? If it's not a big deal, we'll deal with it later. Versus, once it is a deal, regardless of the size of the deal, it should be dealt with immediately. Get in there, fix the bugs, make sure that they're fucking great. And the reason I know for a fact it's not testing related. The dungeon in BFA, the manor. The manor was bugged for not days, not weeks, months. Actually, I think a year into BFA, the manor was still bugged. That shit wasn't just... So... It wasn't just that the manor was reported to Blizzard as buggy. People had video evidence showing how buggy the manor is. And Blizzard still did nothing to fix it. So it's almost as if Blizzard just goes, well, what's a couple of bugs between frames? You know? Screw it. We're not going to do all that work to try and balance and bug and bug fix things. If it's not a bug that really destroys the game, it's fine. There's another bug that's been sort of spoken about endlessly. Sylvanas' bow. Sylvanas has a brand new bow that's been in the game files for a very long time. Sort of an updated bow, and yet Sylvanas still uses the same bow that she had in BFA. And people again sort of went, look, how many times have we reported this and nothing's been done here? Raider Glace, you motherfucker, thanks for the Prime sub, did really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, Fairy Star, you never ran into the bugs in the manor? So, there was this one corridor in the manor where if you stood here, there were mobs right below you. So if you used any sort of AoE that could potentially clip through the wall, it would actually clip. So for example, Seed of Corruption was a very good one. Where as soon as Seed of Corruption explodes, it literally pulls the mobs that's down just below the mobs that you're attacking. And so those mobs start coming for you. On their road to coming for you, they're pulling every other mob in their way. So you'll be doing the dungeon, you know, you're killing a boss, and then suddenly you see this fucking wave of mobs coming from down below, just running towards you. And it's a wipe. You're on a plus 13, plus 14 key, and congratulations, go fuck yourself. Because you can't kill them. There are way too many. So it's a wipe, and now you just lose a bunch of time. And that was a bug for so long. There were multiple places in the manor where AoE can't really be used because AoE would clip and pull a bunch of things. So it was really horrible. Yeah, the manor was just one of... I remember getting the manor, usually as a keystone, and a lot of us would just be like, nope, your key's dead, bro. We're not doing the fucking manor. Because basically, in the manor, you have to single target everything, and then you have the tank throwing one AoE, and boom, there it clips one of the mobs on the other side of the wall or down below, and now you're wiping. And I don't think there were some of the bugs that never got fixed inside the manor. So the point is that Blizzard seems to have these particular bugs that they just don't give a fuck about. They just don't fix them. And that really is a quality problem. It's the fact that you don't care enough to actually do something about it. Pulling shit from all over. It's like they don't know how to make floors or ceilings anymore. It's just lazy programming. Grimoire will definitely get a 10.0. I don't think we'll get a WoW 2. Mentioned that because of how badly FX 1.0 started, they never forgot that. So, yes, Final Fantasy 1.0 absolutely served as a moment of humility. Absolutely served as a moment of humility for them. Grandorius, how you doing? So Final Fantasy and Blizzard sort of have this different stories that hopefully ultimately meet at the same place. Final Fantasy 1.0 was so terrible and so horrible that the developers know they can never go back to that. They put so many years and effort, because people seem to think, well, 2.0 was just great. 2.0 wasn't great. 2.0 had a lot of issues. 2.0 was a hell of a lot better than 1.0, but 2.0 was nowhere near as good as it should have been. It wasn't until, I would say, very recently with Shadowbringers that Final Fantasy finally started to hit. Actually, I would say Stormblood was probably where Final Fantasy started to hit their real mainstream stride. You know, where basically now it could appeal to almost every gamer. Because people say it even now. It's only in Stormblood that Final Fantasy finally figured out what they want raids and dungeons and things to feel like. So it was a learning curve. That was years and years of lessons that they had to go back to the drawing board and say, right, the raids in Heavensward was kind of fun, but we feel like they can be better. This was kind of fun, but we feel like it can be better. You look at the original Glam system, very grindy, very pricey, very difficult to navigate. They had to find a workaround and fix for that shit. So slowly but surely, now with the housing system has been a mess for a long time with Final Fantasy XIV, and now finally they're bringing in an auction system. So rather than you having to have money and be on at the right time, you can now bid on the house, and if you get the house, you get the house. So they're learning as they go along, but because of the harsh lessons that they had to learn in 1.0, they will never go back to that. Whereas World of Warcraft had this sort of very slow start, it blew up almost immediately. So Classic was still slow, TBC started to blow up, and Wrath was a blowout. Like Wrath, 12 million players at the launch of Wrath. Yeah, so World of Warcraft became the most popular and successful MMO on the market by a mile. Nothing could touch it. And it maintained that title for well into Legion. World of Warcraft was smashing every other MMO. No one could get near to what World of Warcraft was doing. And then only since really BFA and Shadowlands have World of Warcraft started to fizzle out. The problem is they've not hit rock bottom yet. Now, maybe they have. We don't know what internally is going on there. It is very possible that they've already hit rock bottom, and 10.0 is going to be a reimagining of epic proportions of what World of Warcraft could ultimately be. But hopefully, it ends at the same place as the Final Fantasy devs. Learning that you are not immortal. You are not eternal. The second you start resting, the second you start taking your players for granted, they leave. And I think now they're going to be even more careful about that shit. I think they're going to be even more careful now with shit like that. You know, sort of realizing that it's not as simple. Same Raven, it doesn't necessarily have to be a brand new game. So let me answer it this way. Does World of Warcraft need a 10.0 in order to fix itself? No. You can fix yourself slowly. Like, look, no one here is suggesting that the problems within World of Warcraft isn't incredibly far-reaching and wouldn't require an incredible amount of work from Blizzard developers. But you do not need a full reset 10.0 in order to fix those things. What you need is a roadmap. So what Blizzard needs to do is sit down and say, okay, these are all the things that is broken within our game right now. Things that we wish we could do different, things that we wish we could change. So, how do we fix this? How do we go about fixing this? And then you decide, okay, so our first order of business, take a look at Final Fantasy XIV and their graphical update. They want to update all of the graphics in Final Fantasy XIV, but they realize if they were to start literally with the first stone in the first city of every character creation point, that is going to take them years. So what do? Well, roadmap. Let's look at the most important places first. So we do the graphical update for everything in Endwalker. We make sure that every new piece of content that we bring out runs with the graphical update. And then we go to all the most important places on Eorzea first, and we update those. And then once we're done with that, we'll go to the second most important, third most. So eventually we will get to the whole of Eorzea, but we're not going to do it all at once. We're going to do it slowly, and surely we will eventually get there. Sure, it's not the big bang that, Blizzard wanted to go for. Do you guys remember when Blizzard was asked? Ian himself was asked, what happens, like, why can't you upgrade the graphics for World of Warcraft? Yeah? And Ian said, I would love to just swish a wand and update all of the graphics in World of Warcraft, but we can't. It would take months. It would be impossible to do. It would be far too much work. Zigzags, you bastard. Thanks for the tip. What's up? Did really appreciate that. 3 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that, bro. You see, this is the difference between Final Fantasy and World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft will only do something if the thing that they can do is that moment of wow. Players log in and they go, whoa, this is all new. This is gorgeous. This is beautiful. Where Final Fantasy says, look, our goal is to have everything be new and beautiful and perfect. But we're not going to be able to do it all at once. So instead, we'll do it bit by bit. Slowly but surely, we will get there. Because overall, this is our goal. We don't care if players log in tomorrow and they go, oh my god, still the same. Because we know where we want to be in about a year or 2 or 3 from now. So we'll work our way towards it. This to me is, if we get back to the 10.0 discussion, you can absolutely fix World of Warcraft, but it's going to require time. So make time for that. Go in slowly. I used this example back when I made my video about the new player experience in World of Warcraft. How do you fix the new player experience for World of Warcraft? The answer is incrementally, slowly. So you basically go in and you say, okay, to make an entire new player experience for every single expansion all at once is an enormous task, way too big for us to do. So how about we start with a new player experience for vanilla? So we take WoW Classic, we design a storyline for WoW Classic that takes the player through the whole story of Classic in a reasonable amount of time. Everything else remains the same. We're not touching that. We're just doing this first bit. Then we start with TBC, and now we build a really nice storyline that goes through all the stories that you need to know for TBC. Next expansion, next expansion, next expansion. Before you know it, you've done all of your expansions. Brand new stories, perfection. And now you have a fully functioning new player experience. Yes, it took you maybe 2-3 years to do it, but who cares? It's done. Now, new players come in, they know exactly what they need to do, they can play the game, no problem. But Blizzard doesn't think this way. And to that, I would say maybe you are correct. Maybe a 10.0 is the only way that WoW will ever get fixed. Or maybe a WoW 2 is the only way that WoW can ever be fixed, because Blizzard doesn't think in small incremental changes. Blizzard wants massive things that they can put on a poster. Blizzard wants that new graphics for all of World of Warcraft on a poster that gets people to buy the game. Whereas Final Fantasy doesn't seem like they give a fuck about the poster. They don't care what they put on that poster. It's a new expansion, come play it if you want. Blizzard needs to shift to long-term thinking. BC, you're absolutely correct. Blizzard needs long-term thinking. They need to start thinking about what is the goal? What's the best way for us to get to the goal? Not, oh, the goal is too long, it's too hard, we're not even going to try. Because that's how you end with, you know, what we have currently. With World of Warcraft just feeling a little bit out of sorts. You know, WoW player base didn't want new players? I wouldn't say that. So, Drakit's interesting statement. You thought the general WoW player base didn't want new players. I wouldn't say that. I think everyone wants new players. There is definitely some truth to that statement in terms of new players oftentimes get treated very badly by the WoW community. But that really is the fault of Blizzard. There's no incentive to play with new players. If you get a player that's never done a dungeon in your dungeon run that you're doing just to gear up your character, that player is inevitably going to be a very big headache for your group. Because the player's not going to know what they're doing, they're going to get caught by stuff, maybe they die a couple of times, they're not going to be able to do DPS. If it's a healer or a tank, they're not going to have a clue what they're doing, and it's probably going to lead to you just being slow. There's no upside to having a new player in your group. So why would you get excited by a new player in your group? More importantly, there's also no real way to identify a new player. You meet someone that doesn't know what the fuck they're doing and their DPS is low, they can either be a bad player or be a new player. You don't know, so you treat everyone the same. A bad player. Blizzard needs to start thinking about things like extra rewards when you do stuff with new players. Blizzard needs to start thinking about ways to get max level players and new players into the same type of content, so new players have something to look up to. Yes, definitely Blizzard needs to start thinking about how to incorporate new players into the game, not just from a questing perspective and story perspective, but also from a gameplay perspective. These are important things, but I don't think that there's anyone in World of Warcraft that just generally don't want new players in their game. What a bonsai. Thanks for the tail and stuff. I really appreciate that. 3 months in a row. Thank you, brother. So yeah, I do think Blizzard definitely have a lot of work that they need to do in order to incorporate new players. Are they willing to do that work? I don't know. I don't even know if Blizzard actually thinks about stuff like that. But if it was me, if it was up to me, I would say first and foremost, make sure that there is rewards and actual incentives to play with brand new players. Make sure that brand new players actually have the ability to play with max level players. And how do you accomplish that? By making some of the content available for all levels and give people a reason to do this. Something akin to the roulettes that you do in Final Fantasy XIV. This allows for new players and old players to play together, for a new player to sort of see what an old player is doing and sort of know where they're going to be. Eventually, you know, you see that gear and you think, oh my god, that looks so good, I can't wait to look like that. Right now in World of Warcraft, new players are completely sort of cordoned off from the actual WoW player base. And once they reach max level, they're sort of dumped into the actual WoW player base with no real way of maneuvering. They've never been part of this. They've been playing the game purely as a single player game for the vast majority of time. Here and there, a couple of dungeons. There really is no mandatory dungeons in the World of Warcraft leveling experience. So a lot of people probably play the game getting to max level without doing a single dungeon, unless you get to sort of the max level zones or the newer max level zones, where if you look, Legion had some mandatory dungeons, BFA had some mandatory dungeons, and Shadowlands now have some mandatory dungeons. Prior expansions, I can't remember many. I might be mistaken on some, but I don't remember any sort of mandatory dungeons in prior expansions. Actually, I'm lying. There are no mandatory dungeons even in the newer zones. Because yes, you do get a quest to go do the dungeon, but you can immediately go on to the next zone. You don't even have to do the new dungeon. So, right there, you have a bunch of people that's probably playing the game that's never even done content with anyone else. They're just sort of on their own, trying to figure out what this game is, and then they get to max level, and suddenly the game changes fundamentally, because now the game turns into an MMO, where previously it really wasn't one. So, I would say that Blizzard can definitely do some more work on that front. Overall, these are things that, again, would have to be fixed very slowly, because they're not going to be fixed overnight. That really have helped me learn how to be a proper healer in Final Fantasy XIV, because I got to talk, to play with experienced players. Nikosbar, exactly. That's exactly it. Nostalgia and familiarity with the game. Enjoy the game, reassure me about the direction that the game is taking. It's not at its best right now, but I hope it will be. Grimoire, yeah, WoW is definitely very far from its best. That is very true. Just Drive Hayes did an interesting video about how we play MMO video games less nowadays because we optimize them too much. Instead of playing and exploring for ourselves, we go straight to Google and find a walkthrough because that's more optimal. I watched Just Drive Hayes' video. It's actually probably one of the reasons I love Final Fantasy so much. I haven't researched a single thing about that game. Do you think the behavior towards new players could be shifted by Blizz, or will it take a full change on the player base side, or both? Drukids, to answer your question, let's go to the real world for a moment. There is a philosophical theory that suggests that crime is simply a sort of magnifying glass on the culture as a whole. So, for example, when you have crime, violent crime specifically, shooting up, then that points to a cultural phenomena within the society. It could be that people feel uneasy with one another, people feel sort of particularly vulnerable, and this leads to anxiety, which could lead to an increase in violent crime. Murder and things like that could lead to a downfall in morals within a society, the downfall of community, of people feeling connected, and thus leads to mass murderers, and the like. Overall, normally when you look at most countries, the more corrupt a government, the higher the crime within the country. Because leadership usually informs the masses. If it's okay for your leaders to do something, then surely it must be okay for you. Now, in World of Warcraft, the leaders would be Blizzard. The player base is simply emulating what Blizzard themselves are doing. Considering that Blizzard themselves have little to no interest in the player base as new players come in, why would the community? The community has no reason to care about new players. The community doesn't even know who new players are. In Final Fantasy, for example, people really love their sprouts. Because the sprout says that this is a new player. And it means that if you partner with this player, you're going to get extra rewards within dungeons. It's going to be, it's going to be a lot more rewarding for you to play with a sprout. And it also, it is just sort of nice to see the sprouts running around and sort of laugh at them. And, because they're sprouts, they don't know what the fuck they're doing yet. But it is sort of part of the whole Final Fantasy culture. But that's a culture that started with Square Enix. They started that culture. What Blizzard needs to do is they need to start instilling said culture. Now, it is harder to install a culture if that culture isn't there already. But I would say that considering the vast amounts of World of Warcraft players that have left WoW and started playing Final Fantasy and is now emulating what the Final Fantasy community themselves do, should tell you that it is in the hearts of every single player. It's in the heart of every single player. All Blizzard needs to do is switch it on. And you will most likely get a much better experience as a new player in World of Warcraft. But it has to be enabled by the player base themselves. I mean, the mentor thing in World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy have mentors as well. And usually people that do the mentor thing are people that do it for the reward at the end of the mentor thing, not so much to actually help people. I've spoken to enough people that play very high-level Final Fantasy that tell me anyone that you see with a mentor badge has no fucking idea what they're doing. They're usually very bad players, and they're also how do we put it? They're also some of the scumbags. Not all of them, probably, but some, at least. I would say the fact that there's no incentive in World of Warcraft to actually be a mentor would probably mean that there are much fewer mentors than there would be any other time. Also, that's not enough, because you're basically asking the community to do the job that you're supposed to do as the developers. As the developer of the game, it's your job to get new people in and to actually explain to new people how to play the game. It's not the job of everyone else to do that job, right? It's not my job to help your new players feel at home. The same way it's not Noble's job, and Noble would not mind because that's more video views, but it's not Noble's job to inform everyone on the actual lore of World of Warcraft. It's the job of the developers themselves. It should not be moved onto anyone else. Kane, how you doing, bro? I'm obviously not saying that all mentors are bad. You're gonna get great mentors in Final Fantasy XIV, and I'm sure Zepla is an amazing mentor in Final Fantasy XIV. The point I'm making is that for a lot of people, it really is only about the station and not so much about the actual duty. I would be surprised if many of the mentors in World of Warcraft or even in Final Fantasy XIV actually do a lot of work to actually help new players. The vast majority of them probably just become a mentor because they want to feel popular or they want to feel great. For example, the community council. I know a couple of people that is on the community council. The second they made the community council, they changed their Twitter bio to World of Warcraft community council member. It's in their bio. They are now a World of Warcraft community council member. One of them actually changed their username on Twitter to display community council, WoW community council member, and then name. It's for glory. They don't give a fuck about the fact that they are actually on the community council and that their job is to actually make good decisions about World of Warcraft or give good feedback. What they want is the title, because the title they believe give them some sort of authority over other people. This is why you don't rely on the community to make changes or help new players. You usually want to do that shit right off the top. Let the top handle that stuff and let everyone else just sort of fall in. You know, fall in line. Is that what Blizzard's going to do? I don't know. To be a bit serious, the crafting mentors are really good in Final Fantasy XIV. They do help a lot. Crafting, I think, is a different thing, Kane, because crafting is such a dedicated job. In Final Fantasy, so many people dedicate so many hours. They do most likely really care about helping people. It's sort of the mindset makes sense in that regard for me. Oh, Digit, who knows? Who knows? Like, the community council in World of Warcraft makes no sense to me. Why do you need it in FF? Because it's not that it's wholly unnecessary. It's definitely one of the tools that you can employ, but that can't be the only tool. Whereas in World of Warcraft, that is the only tool that they have employed. Whereas Final Fantasy employed a bunch of other tools to ensure that new players have incentive to play with other people, that new players have that ability to learn from other people, and that new players won't get shat on when they make mistakes because people know there's incentives for them to play with new players. Then the mentor system on top of that serves some kind of goal, right? Some people might get help from the mentors. If that's the only thing you have, like in World of Warcraft, where it's only the community council, or not the community council, it's only the mentors, all right, that's not enough. Because the mentors themselves, half of them would probably only do it for the title or to be able to look at the new players and feel like a god. That's really it. So it's not that they bribe people into playing with new players. It's more a case of there's extra rewards at the end of every dungeon that you do with a new player that's never been there. So there's extra rewards at the chest at the end. And what that actually leads to is when you have someone failing in that dungeon, you actually help them to not fail. So you actually explain to them what they should be doing because you really want to finish the dungeon because you want the extra rewards at the end. Yeah, you're going to do it anyways. So it's not like they're giving people incentives to do all dungeons. The old dungeons you're going to do anyways because, well, you need to do the old dungeons. It's part of your daily roulette. Your daily roulette is sort of like the daily heroics that you used to get back in the day, only it's literally every dungeon in the game. And a lot of people use that to level new jobs or stuff like that. So you're going to do the old dungeons anyways. This is just sort of incentive not to be mean to the new players in these duty roulettes. Lotus, I imagine stalking could be a particular problem for girls, especially if the mentor finds out that they're a girl. Seven, yeah, it garners a good vibe. It allows for new players to feel safe, knowing that they're going to be helped rather than be shat on. So it's nice. It is just a nice thing. But I wish World of Warcraft would have the roulettes for everyone. I genuinely wish World of Warcraft would have those roulettes that bring older dungeons to max level players. I know, it's a different vibe. It's kind of like, hey, this guy's new, so you might waste time, so here's some extra to compensate. Yeah, pretty much. Incentives to act like humans in WoW 2. Seven Raven, yeah, I agree with you there. Like, right now, I think Final Fantasy could probably leave those incentives and people would still act like human beings towards new players because that culture has already been established. You know? You just need the culture to take hold, and then people will just sort of continue doing what they've always done because, you know, that's how it works. That's how we do it. We're nice to new players. But you need that culture first to start taking hold. So you need to add those incentives to sort of nudge people towards not being complete dickheads, because otherwise people are just going to be complete dickheads. And then, of course, never take away one fundamental fact. If you are reported in Final Fantasy XIV for being a dick, for saying mean things to people, you're out. They do not fuck around. If you flame on people in Final Fantasy XIV, you're done. Goodbye account, goodbye playtime. Happy hunting. Like, Square Enix really does not fuck around. Mentor, be ready and mentor relate. It's utter chaos. Watch videos of it. I can imagine. What would his toes have to do with anything, Kamikins? Good diligence of making sure the Sprout is not lying or trolling. Yeah, they have obviously all of the chat logs and everything. So they can see if the guy's been, like, an actual dick and what led to him being a dick. But yeah, flaming is just not allowed. And they're very quick, also. Like, they do not fuck about. It's not like you wait days or weeks for someone to answer your ticket. If you open a ticket, it's within a couple of hours. You get a response. And what's really cool about the responses, they actually tell you what they did. So unlike World of Warcraft, where they'll often tell you we'll deal with it, and then nothing else, they'll actually tell you. So Asmongold, for example, opened a ticket because there were people who continuously flew these massive mounts that made it impossible for him to play the game. So they would fly over things that he would collect, and then he can't click the things to collect because these mounts are in the way. And I believe in a couple of hours, they actually send him an in-game message back to say, thank you so much for the report. We've taken action. Their accounts have been suspended. We really appreciate it. Shadow Skylag, I have not seen that, but I know it's a thing. I think it's important to have rules and enforce them. The problem is if you have rules and you don't enforce said rules, that becomes a huge problem. Tigress, how you doing? Fanta's officially Bun Bun now? Wait, Bun Bun? What does that mean? Ken, I think that's Soda Poppin' that they're talking about. Bunny character. Ah, okay. Congratulations, Tigress. They upkeep the standard they have consistently set by the rules. Look, rules are only important if they are enforced. It's something that my government, for example, still haven't recognized or realized. So my government is consistently coming up with new rules. They're now currently thinking about lowering the speed limit in South Africa. So they want to lower the speed limit in South Africa because there's too many people getting into accidents. They're trying to come up with a new license system that is a point-based system. And I continuously look at the things that they try to employ and I just go, this is going to work. You don't even enforce the current rules. You have taxis skipping red lights in front of police officers and nothing happens. Nothing happens. You have taxis stopping in the middle of a busy road to let people out and let people on and nothing happens. The police drives by. If you're not going to enforce the rules that you already have, then the new rules isn't going to do shit. It's now just new rules, but no one's going to give a shit. Yeah, enforcement over punishment. You just need to enforce it. People have to know that, hey, if there is a rule, I should not be breaking it because these guys don't take shit when you break the rules. But again, Blizzard does their things in batches. You guys have all heard it. Blizzard will do these massive ban waves. That's not how you deal with this crap. Don't do ban waves. Just ban people when they break the fucking rules. You know? Then again, it's Soda Poppin'. Anything for viewers? Yeah, I mean, Soda Poppin'. I like Soda Poppin'. I like his personality. I specifically laughed my fucking ass off. He was on one of these, like, streamer podcast things where there's like a bunch of streamers in chat just hanging out. And his cleaning lady wanted to come in and vacuum. And he's just like, yeah, sure, come in. And she vacuums and no one can speak in chat because his mic is open and the vacuum cleaner is just blasting through the mic. He just sits there fucking smiling, knowing that he's just basically Everyone's gonna have to wait for the cleaning lady to finish vacuuming. Jury cover, yeah. It's that broken windows theory, right? Or it's similar to the broken windows theory, where if you catch people for small crimes and actually enforce small crimes, it will deter larger crimes later. Because things are going to escalate. So today it's calling someone the F word in chat. Tomorrow it's calling someone the N word in chat. The day after that, you're recruiting people for the fucking KKK. And there are actually, by the way, Asmongold told a story of a guy who literally called one of his friends the N-word multiple times, and the guy was never banned, never anything happened to him. It was just let go. So, your rules mean nothing unless they're enforced. Literally is as simple as that. Alright, let's see what else there is to react to. Okay, we have... So, I don't actually know what this is. Let me just quickly update here, because we're doing some kind of moral test. Someone linked a moral test, a morality test, Death Knight. All right, so I kind of enjoy these tests, but we'll see. So, moral alignment test. Originating with the Dungeons & Dragons role-playing game, the 9 moral alignments, which describe a person's moral and ethical outlook, have gained a cult following on the internet. What is your moral alignment? For each of the following questions, indicate how well it applies to you below. So I basically just move the slider, yeah? I wouldn't be tempted to use counterfeit money, not even if I were sure I could get away with it. If I was sure I could get away with it? I would at least somewhat be tempted to use it. Even if I were trying very hard to sell something, I wouldn't lie to get my way. This I agree with. I wouldn't lie about stuff. Others regard me as good-hearted and well-meaning. No. I think most people... Actually, I could strongly agree with this one. I think most people don't regard me as good-hearted and well-meaning because I'm not a quote-unquote empath. I only obey those laws and rules that seem sensible to me. Oh, this is the thinker. I would say I'm kind of neutral on this, because on the one hand, yes, I do only really care for laws and rules that is sensible to me, but a lot of time I'll follow all the rules and laws just because I don't want to get caught and go to jail. I'd say I somewhat agree with this. I do mostly obey laws and rules just because they are the laws and rules. I am often worried that my actions are deserving of criticisms. No, I don't really give a fuck about what other people think. I do not feel guilty when I hurt or offend someone. Well, this depends. This is a difficult one. The trouble with the usual lawful interpretation is that it means following an ideal or principle, not necessarily the law. Yeah, I'm trying very hard to determine whether or not I should answer these things based on games, like fantasy, which is where this moral alignment test comes from, or real life, which is where we live, obviously. But I would say depends on the hurt. I don't give a fuck if I offend people. Like, your offense is not my problem. That I don't care about. I don't feel guilty if I offend you. Hurting is a different story. Because what do you mean when you say hurt? Physically hurt? Because I wouldn't hurt people physically. But if I'm hurting your feelings, I'm going to go with the disagree. Wait, no, I do not feel guilty. I agree with that. But I would say it really depends on what they mean with hurt. Let's do that. That's probably better. I often worry that I might behave inappropriately. No. I'm intent on kindness and cooperation. Not really. I'd say truthfulness is far more important to me than kindness. I mean, I'm usually very kind, and I am cooperative for the most part, but that's not my intent. My intent is to be truthful. So, I often forgive those who have wronged me, even if they do not deserve it. No. I mean, if you've wronged me and you did not apologize, I'm not fucking forgiving you. So we'll go with that one. I do what I want and do not feel particularly obliged to anyone. Yes. Yes. You are it by default. The correct answer is agree on that one. Offense has had its meaning corrupted lately. True. I keep track of sensitive information that can be used to hurt people at a later date. I don't do that. I definitely don't do that. I have a hard enough time remembering everything in my own life without trying to remember everyone else's fucking secrets that I can use against them. I definitely disagree with that. Who the fuck has time to sit there and collect other people's secrets? No thanks. I feel justified in doing whatever I can to succeed. I'd say somewhat agree, because there are things that I'm not willing to do to succeed. Like, for example, full-blown clickbait on YouTube I'm not willing to do. Full-blown exploitative content on Twitch and YouTube I'm not willing to do. So I'll say to some extent I agree you should do what you can, you know, go with the hustle, work hard, but there are things that I'm just not willing to do for success. OnlyFans is another thing that I'm not willing to do. When I see others acting carelessly, I think to myself that it is a matter of time before misfortune befalls them. Yes. Helping others out by doing good deeds is its own reward. See, the problem is I fundamentally disagree with the statement here. I don't think there's anyone that helps other people simply to help other people. Because basically the crux of this question is it's good to be, what's the English word for it? I think it starts with an A. What's the word? Oh my god, chat, what's the fucking word? Altruistic. Thank you. Yes. I don't think there is such a thing as true altruism, because everything you do is always for a reward of some kind. So there is no such thing as true altruism. There is no such thing as helping people just to help them that you get nothing out of it. Because if you help someone and you feel good about helping them, that in and of itself is a reward and therefore is not altruistic. Which I guess is that's kind of what the question says, right? Helping others out by doing good deeds is in its own a reward, which, yeah. I'm going to stay neutral on this because there are some people that I will help out, but then there is also people that I won't. No, I do agree with it. For the most part, I try to help people out when and if I can. Generally speaking, I'd rather buy myself a little something extra than donate to charity. Yeah. I do donate to charity, but I also buy myself something extra. Yeah, it depends. So somewhat agree on that one. I frighten others. Wait, I frighten others to get what I want. Fuck does that mean? Boo! Now, give me sakes. What does that mean? I frighten others to get what I want. So I'll hit other people to get what I want? I'll use... No. Never. I usually can't be bothered to help those in need. No. I find myself more often than not almost driven to help other people, especially if I see it's someone that's really struggling. I use tricky plans and schemes to get my way. Not really. I hate that because that's sort of manipulation and I fucking loathe manipulators. I often have tender, concerned feelings for people who are less fortunate than I am. Somewhat agree. Not really, no. What do they mean with less fortunate, chat? Do they mean like someone who just doesn't have as much money as me, or someone that doesn't have as nice a house as me? Well, it can't be homeless. No, because it just says less fortunate than I am. So in other words, someone that is, it's unspecified. Because do I feel bad for making at least decent amounts of money? No. I don't make that much money. But I also don't hate people that make a hell of a lot more money than me. You know, I don't covet Asmongold. I don't feel like Asmongold should give me half of his money or anything like that. He worked for his shit, it's his to enjoy. So I don't think I have like concerned feelings for people that are less fortunate than me. If I can help them, I will, but I definitely don't have tender, concerned feelings for people. I'll say disagree with that one. Would I donate to Red Cross for relief? Yeah, I would. But that still doesn't give me a tender, concerned feeling. So, for example, the people in Ukraine. Do I feel bad for what they're going through? Sure. I don't have any emotional response for what they're going through, though. I don't feel angry or sad or... Life sucks, you know? It is what it is. You have to deal with it. But I don't have any sort of, like, fuzzy, tender feelings towards it. It's life. It's fucking harsh, and I wish it didn't happen to you, but I'm not gonna cry over it. If that makes sense. So I would say I somewhat disagree with this. Let's do somewhat. Because it's not like I completely don't give a fuck about people. It's more just that I care, but I'm not emotionally involved about my caring. Cheating isn't justified because it's unfair to others. That I can say I agree with. I hate cheating in all facets, not just relationships, even in real life. Do not do something that you know is against the rules of the game. Be that life, be that relationships, be that whatever. Don't do it, because you are just doing something that isn't... It's not even that it's not nice. It's cruel. I often help others without expecting anything in return. This I do. Yes, I don't really give a fuck. Like, I hate tit for tat, and I hate people that do tit for tat. if I help you, if I give you something, I don't do it because I want something back. So, a long time ago, someone asked me, like, someone I know, asked me for money. And I was like, yeah, I was in a fortunate position at the time, so I gave them money. And they came back to me last month. They sent me a DM, and they're like, I'm so sorry that I haven't paid you back yet. I promise I will. I just don't have the money right now. And I was like, dude, I never gave you that money for you to give it back. I had the money at the time, so I gave it to you. I don't remember ever specifying that you have to pay me back. So yeah, I would say, for the most part, if I help you, I don't help you to get the money back or to get anything from it, because I hate that. That's one of the reasons I don't ask other people for help, because then I feel like I owe them, and I fucking hate owing people. So whenever I do help people, I just refuse to even like acknowledge that they have to pay anything back. I have an excessive need for stimulation, and I'm prone to boredom. Yes. This is one I can easily agree with. I am not as upset as others when someone dies. Well, chat, you can tell me. When my mother passed, everyone was sort of very, 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 very emotional and crying and fucking shit. And, you know, people were telling me that it's gonna, you know, you're never gonna forget this, but it'll become easier. My aunts still to this day send me a message every single year on her birthday. I don't even think about my mom. I think it took a week and I was back at school after my mom passed. Like, it was just like, oh well, you know, is what it is. So I'm gonna go with yes. I don't really care that much when someone dies. I trick and con people if it's in my interest to do so. No. Finish. Okay, let's see what this is. Oof. Jesus. You are 14.2% evil, 14.2% chaotic, making you true neutral. Huh. True neutral people believe in the ultimate balance of forces, and they refuse to see actions as either good or evil. True neutral individuals do their best to avoid siding too strongly with any one force, whether that force is good or evil, lawful or chaotic. For this reason, true neutral personalities sometimes find themselves drawn into rather peculiar alliances, friendships, and life paths. To a great extent, they side with the underdog, sometimes even changing sides as the previous loser becomes the winner. Such people often see good, evil, chaos, and laws as simply prejudices that lead to dangerous extremes. Like the Taoist masters of ancient China, they tend to believe that the universe functions best when the light and the dark, the yin and the yang, are in balance. I'm happy with this. I am happy with this. Yeah, I think I'm happy with this. Dave Knight, thanks for the taste, dude. Really appreciate that. I'm a robot? How dare you say that, Saban Raven? If I wasn't true neutral, boy, would I be pissed at that statement. You are a great Jedi. True. To paraphrase Clarence Darrow, I have not wished a man dead, but I've read many obituaries with satisfaction. Oh, that is a great quote. Chaotic evil I got on this test. Jesus. All right. I mean, evil is a strong word, though. You know, evil is a really strong fucking word. I don't think many people are actually evil. Alright, let's see. What else do we have here? Got an upgrade? Who kicks puppies? You shouldn't kick puppies. Evil ones. Is that what we say is the limit to like, is that what we say true chaotic evil people are? People who kick puppies. All right, there's an interesting video here of this is a very interesting video. Dej, how you doing? All right. Let's see. This is a game that I have absolutely never fucking played. Well, I say never. I played it when it first came out. And this was before any of the changes in Guild Wars 2. So I still own this game on CD. That is how fucking long ago I played this game. So I genuinely have no idea whether this game is good, bad. I have no idea what this game is about. Like, genuinely none. I don't even think these graphics look familiar to me, if I'm going to be honest.
Guild Wars 2 is a game that, despite its continued solid player base, always seems to be surrounded by negative opinion and doubt outside of the game's community. And whilst it is true that the game's development has certainly had its ups and downs, the golden age may finally be dawning. With that in mind and an expansion on the horizon, I think it's just about time all the myths and misconceptions about Guild Wars 2 get nicely tidied away, removing all obstacles from luring new players into joining the game and getting trapped here forever. Guild Wars 2 doesn't do a particularly good job at advertising exactly what the game is and what it has to offer inside the game or out, so I don't blame players for not knowing what's going on. And over the years, a lot of...
I would actually say it is one of my biggest issues with Guild Wars 2. And this guy is claiming that a new golden age for Guild Wars 2 is coming. The problem is, if I don't have a fucking clue what the game is about, why am I going to jump into it? Why am I going to give it a go? There's no point. I don't know what the purpose is of the game. Is it going to be story-based? The thing that finally made me go, all right, I'll give Final Fantasy XIV a try, is because people told me, hey, this is an RPG first and then an MMO. And I was like, hey, I like RPGs. Let's give it a go. So if they will have to start advertising what it is that the game should be at its core. Because when I hear Guild Wars, what I hear is PvP. And when I hear PvP, I hear not my game. Because I don't PvP. I don't have I don't give two fucks about PvP in a video game.
Incomplete or out-of-date information is piled up around the game's reputation. A lot of it boils down to the game working pretty differently to other similar titles, leading to misunderstandings, or the game just changing over time, making past problems a thing of the past. These are some of the concerns I see a lot, either from new players or players outside of the game.
Whoa. Wait a second. Is this a mechanic that is on the player themselves? Well, that's quite fucking cool. Like, the player turns into an actual weapon. Holy shit. Okay, that's kind of fucking cool, actually.
Guild Wars 2-osphere, so feel free to skip around to whichever one you find more interesting. If you have a question or concern not listed here, feel free to leave a comment and I'll answer it. The game is dead. There is no endgame. There is no progression or grinding. There is no Holy Trinity-style gameplay or well-defined roles. Guild Wars 2 is a casual-only experience with no challenge. There are no prestige rewards. The game is in maintenance mode with few updates. The game is player versus player oriented. Everything is in the cash shop. The game is pay to win. And finally, and somewhat strangely, the game is not an MMO.
Okay.
Let's dive into it. Guild Wars 2 is a dead game. Ah, a true classic. In fact, if you're unfamiliar with Guild Wars 2, this might be the thing you've heard the most. I get this a lot in my Twitch chat.
To be fair, it's literally what I thought about it. I genuinely thought that it was a dead game. But this goes into how do we actually define what a dead game is.
Or simply from asking players from other MMOs what they hear about the game in their communities. Almost invariably it's, oh, is that game still being developed? I thought that game died years ago. Oh, that game's still going? That's pretty cool. But I have to disappoint everyone. The reports of Guild Wars 2's death have been greatly exaggerated. The game has been quietly in development for years now. It's not super loud because of expansion packs not being as frequent. Instead, ArenaNet add new story, endgame content and features to the game in an episodic format approximately every 3 months.
Wait a second. So they don't have massive expansions. Rather, what he's explaining here is they just add new content every 3 months. So they've sort of gone more the route of, we already have patches, just have the new content be patches. I like that. Why do you need expansions? You know, it's fine if you have an expansion that sort of brings a brand new story about, but ultimately you have a game that's being updated every 3 months or every however months you play. Why not just have that be the game that you fucking update and bring the new content along with it? You know? Those were the installments. I'm looking at it and it's a lot of fucking installments. Like, anyone that's saying this is a dead game, that's a lot of shit that's being added consistently.
The only thing that doesn't get added outside of expansions are elite specializations, which are subclasses of the 9 playable professions in the game.
That makes sense.
The game simply fell out of the main dialogue about MMOs because of some fairly rough development history and somewhat lacking marketing.
I would say that's not the only... Well, he's actually right. Marketing is always a problem. In fact, I would say that Final Fantasy XIV suffered with bad marketing for quite a long time. For example, you heard a lot about Final Fantasy XIV about 5-6 years ago, and then sort of nothing. To be honest with you, as someone who plays World of Warcraft and have played World of Warcraft for a very, very long time, there's been games that is gone and done already. Things like Rift that had more marketing than Final Fantasy XIV. It feels like Final Fantasy XIV spends very little money on advertising, but of course, right now, they're relying very heavily on word of mouth and also streamer clout, which usually is a massive driver. Streamers playing your game is almost the best marketing you can get. But I would say the other reason is when I played Guild Wars years ago, like I said, I bought Guild Wars when it just came out. I think it was out for about 2 or 3 days when I picked it up. I still have the white box. It was like a white CD or DVD box. I still had to install it the old way, put in the DVD and let it install. I played it for a while. I think I played till like level 10, 15, maybe somewhere there. And I was utterly bored. The game looked gorgeous at the time, but I didn't really get what the game wanted me to do. And then I started watching some videos from people and read some stuff from people, and everyone said there's really nothing to do at the end game. Once you reach end game, it's only, I think they called it World v World or some shit like that, which was really the only content at the time. I tried a World v World, did not like it one bit. It was a mess. I did not fucking understand what the hell I'm supposed to do here. It was this giant fucking thing that just I didn't know, and so that lost my interest very quickly. Yeah, all over, the game just did not work for me at launch, and I don't think they've done anything to try and tell people, hey, we're a lot better than what we used to be.
But it's still there, lurking as the forbidden choice to play after you rage quit.
These fights look fun.
Titles. Every game mode, from open world to player versus player, is very much alive and kicking. You won't have trouble finding groups for whatever you want, pretty much whenever. There is no endgame. This probably stems from the very early days of the game, where certain parts of traditional MMO endgame were a bit lacking or even missing, particularly raids. The PvE endgame at the time was more focused towards open world.
Tell me that doesn't look cool as shit.
Content and story-driven dungeons. Additionally, player versus player and world versus world, open world player versus player, were not very well fleshed out systematically or reward-wise, leading to the game feeling a bit non-existent. Fortunately, the game is 9 years old now, and thanks to the lack of vertical progression in the game, every addition the developers have made to the endgame is as relevant today as it was when first added. As you might imagine...
Oh yeah, this is the game that you don't actually get levels, because he just said vertical progression. So it's actually a game where every piece of content that they ever bring out remains content to this day.
This has led to quite the build-up of endgame activities to participate in. For player versus environment, this includes 20 fractals, which are a replacement for dungeons, including 3 hard modes, 7 raids, containing a total of 23 encounters and 12 hard modes, 7 strike missions, which are easier, more bite-sized raids featuring bosses from the main story, 10 dragon response missions, which are scalable story instances that have a few simple difficulty modes. And that's just what's comparable to other MMO endgame. Since the launch of the game, 27...
It's not that much, considering only 9 years. If you are a true PvE player, you're not going to have that much to do, though. Because everything you just said there, you could probably get through in a decent, let's say, 6-7 month period. Which then leaves you with basically just replaying all of that shit and hoping that more is launched.
New maps have been added, almost all of which feature world bosses or some other kind of large-scale group activity, and failing that, achievements and collections that will last you a lifetime. What is true is that ArenaNet hasn't ever quite figured out exactly what they want for the endgame in player versus environment, which is why you see so many different types of content in various states of abandonment, and this has led to some pretty big gaps in the release schedule. The good news is that that looks like it's changing with the upcoming expansion, with 5 strike missions releasing on launch with hard modes shortly after. This strongly implies a dedication to this sort of content moving onwards. And because strike missions are essentially reused and repackaged content from the story, it might well be consistent as well. Guild Wars 2 also has 2 other game modes hanging in there if you do get bored of player versus environment that have very well fleshed out endgame gameplay pathways.
Yeah, you see, this is where I don't give a fuck.
Ranked ladder with very good rewards for playing.
This is something that I have wanted so long in World of Warcraft. Why does World of Warcraft not have an in-game rank ladder for PvP? Like, why do you not have a rank that you can see you climb and maybe different divisions or tiers that you go through in order to get to the highest one? Why is that not a thing? Oh my god, bro.
And placing highly.
Yeah, we used to have ranks. I remember that.
Every 3 hours, and a special monthly tournament, which gives a unique prestige title and a funny hat for winning. For World vs. World, this is still a little bit of a work in progress. ArenaNet just remembered this game mode existed very recently, and it's being heavily reworked to be very guild-focused and more competitive. World vs. World does, however, just like player vs. player, have a proper reward structure right now. Very much in line with the rest of the game, albeit perhaps a little on the slow side. Despite not really changing a crazy amount over the years, the player-driven component of open-world player versus player in World vs. World has done a really good job keeping players engaged, and it's very much alive and kicking today. In fact, it's one of the most popular activities in the game. So the good news is, pretty much everything in Guild Wars 2 is, and always will be,
what I'm talking about is not just the ranks that you used to get that your name would change on. What I'm talking about is a full-fledged ranking system, as in on the UI, you can click the UI so that you can see where on the ladder are you right now? How many places are you before you move into, let's say, for example, we use the popular MOBA ranking system, which would be bronze, silver, gold, after gold, it really depends on the MOBA that you're playing, but let's say after gold, you would go platinum, then diamond, then challenger, then gladiator, or whatever the fuck, right? So depending on the MOBA that you play, might have slight variations in terms of the naming scheme, but something like that, right? Where you have all of those different tiers, and then within those tiers, you can see how many ranks you still have to climb before you can start moving into a new tier or a new division within it. Stolly, thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 9 months in a row. Thank you, bro. How you doing, Stolly? So that is something that I wish World of Warcraft would do. Similar with raiding. I've always wondered, why do we not have raiding ladder that just shows people who's the #1 guild on a server and all the way down? Why must all of these things be outside of the game when it's so easy to keep it trackable within the game, you know?
End game. And there's so much of it now that as a new player, by the time you get through half of it, more will be released with an update. There is no progression or grinding. This one is definitely understandable because of the way progression works in Guild Wars 2. Unlike many other MMO titles, Guild Wars 2 has no vertical progression. That is to say that gear does...
What's the new update, Stolly? I haven't logged in at all. I should actually log in again. We should play at some point. Maybe sometime over the weekend, we should get some Foxhole going. When's the new war starting?
Does not get better over time. A best-in-slot item from 9 years ago is still just as good today. However, what the game does have is horizontal progression. But what does that actually mean? Well, it means you spend your time grinding to make your character look prettier or to unlock different playstyles and builds, rather than simply more powerful playstyles and builds. And there is a huge amount of this to grind. Guild Wars 2 has a reputation for not having a grind, but it's much more accurate to say that all the grind is totally optional. You can play the game just fine without much grinding at all, but if you do like a bit of no-lifing, then to be frank, if anything, the game has far more to grind than most MMOs out there. To truly max out on all of your quality of life and fancy skins will cost you hundreds of thousands of gold. And when most players are capping out at farming 30 gold an hour, you can see why that's going to take a little while. A very common target for most players are legendary items. These items not only have unique models, animations, particle effects and more, they also allow you to choose any attributes you want and can be used across all of your characters at the same time, thanks to a system called the Legendary Armory.
That's quite cool.
To have one of each type of legendary unlocked will set you back over 100,000 gold, which is quite a lot.
Vanessa, how you doing?
Also require playing multiple areas of the endgame and completing lengthy collections to craft. That's just one area of the endgame grind too. For every inconvenience, you can grind it away. Portable bank access, trading post access, bigger bags. This even extends into paid upgrades as well, because you can buy the cash shop currency, gems, with gold.
I mean, let's not start talking about the fucking cash shop. But I'm assuming this game is completely free to play, right? Giovanni, how you doing?
Meaning that it's all thrown into the grind as well. Story episodes, maps, character slots, bank space, bag slots, infinite gathering tools, mount skins, glider skins, uncountable weapon skins, and even upgrading your game to the deluxe version can all be done with pure grinding action. If none of that sounds interesting, then you can hunt thousands of achievements as well, including killing 250,000 players in...
I wonder if I still have my Guild Wars stuff. Probably don't. I'm going to have to buy the game again. I'm pretty sure I no longer have any of those emails or, like, passwords or anything. So I'm most likely going to have to buy the game again. I don't even know where the fucking box
ranking up to 10,000, doing fractals dungeons every day for a year to be a fractal god, or winning 10,000 PvP games to be the legendary champion brawler. The choice is yours, but whatever you choose, it will be enough to keep you occupied for thousands of hours. And if you ever get bored, well, that's fine too, because it's all completely optional. There is no Holy Trinity style gameplay or well-defined roles. Guild Wars 2 has a very
I guess I should just explain for anyone that doesn't know, the Holy Trinity was popularized by World of Warcraft. It is sort of the tank DPS healing thing. Other games did it back in the day to some extent. Trying to remember, EverQuest, I think, also had sort of a tank DPS healing spec thing. World of Warcraft made it almost the go-to. It was previously thought unheard of. Like, trying to make a video game that doesn't have the Holy Trinity would not work. That was sort of the belief, at least back then. Because everyone was so used to World of Warcraft, that's just how it goes. You have tanks, you have DPS, and you have healers.
Flexible build system where you can blend a lot of roles together rather than necessarily dedicating to one of the classic tank, healer, or DPS roles.
But do some of them
healers
perform better than others?
At the start of Guild Wars 2, and this is not actually really accurate. There weren't that many options for healers, that's certainly true, but the fact is content was not designed with healers or tanks in mind, and was much more focused on active mitigation and quickly destroying opponents rather than sustaining damage with healing. So while the builds were possible, they didn't exist in the metagame because killing things really fast was better. This, however, has changed with the release of the expansion packs, and there are now a huge amount of dedicated healers and support builds available to play in every game mode, and content to match, even on professions you might not expect, like Warrior. The fluid role system.
I'm going to be honest, I miss the days of World of Warcraft's unofficial support classes. I don't even know if many of you remember, but it used to be, if you played a paladin, if you played a shaman or a warlock, you were effectively support. You didn't necessarily do the most damage in the group. You didn't necessarily do the best tanking or the best healing in the group. But without you, the group could not really exist. Because for warlocks, we would basically buff everyone else's damage. We would be tanks or off tanks whenever required. We would be able to keep ourselves alive through a lot of problems. So we were like the perfect all-rounder class to do the jobs that no one else is capable of doing. We were also able to just soak crazy amounts of fucking damage, like every 2 minutes or something. If you were a paladin, you were basically, your seals was almost valuable to a point where without it, people would get really annoyed at you if you didn't know how to play around your seals, if you didn't know how to throw out your heals at the right time. These things were important. And I remember really loving the fact that my job isn't just to stand there and DPS. I have other jobs as well that my class is very specifically built for.
System is still in play though, and often the build you play will do more than one thing at the same time. You might be tanking and healing and doing damage per second, or doing damage per second and applying offensive and defensive support effects all at the same time. However, and this is the crucial part here, the game gives you a huge amount of freedom in choosing how much of everything you want in your playstyle. If you want to go for a full-on pure defensive support healer, there are options for that. If you fancy a pure glass cannon, the game has that too. And yes, you can be a totally unkillable monster that even the toughest bosses won't break through. Guild Wars 2 is a casual-only experience with no challenge. This one's true. Nothing I can do to deny it. Guild Wars 2 is nothing but a casual dress-up auto-attack simulator. I'm joking. Guild Wars 2 caters to a wide audience, and just like grinding, difficulty is optional. And how hardcore or casual you want to be is entirely up to you. The base difficulty of the story is so easy that some of it is absolutely unfailable. Non-player characters will revive you, or the game just won't let you die. ArenaNet want you getting that cinematic experience no matter what. However, the game is very skill dependent in the endgame modes, and there is a huge amount of room for skill expression thanks to the combat and movement system. Whether that be speedrunning, beating the hard mode bosses, beating bosses with a low amount of players, being the best in 5 versus 5 player versus player, winning outnumbered fights in open world PvP,
I like the choices.
Or even defeating...
I have to say, I like the fact that it's sort of the same thing that I love about Final Fantasy XIV. You can go as hardcore or as casual as you want. The game doesn't really prescribe to you how you need to play the game. I said this actually today in the video that I recorded earlier, where the problem with something like World of Warcraft is dependent on the way you choose to play the game will ultimately make a number of choices on your behalf. So, what do I mean by that? If you decide that what you want to do in World of Warcraft, the most important thing for you to do in World of Warcraft is to collect mounts and pets. The game is freedom upon freedom. The game is basically America of video games. Because nothing's forced, nothing is necessary right now. You can effectively approach the game whichever way you want. But let's say you decide, look, I want to be a raider. Well, now suddenly that choice has been taken away. The game is now making a number of choices on your behalf because you chose to play the game in a very specific way. And now the game says, right, since you've chosen to play the game from a raiding perspective, here is Torghast. It is not optional. It is absolutely mandatory. Here are your rep grinds. It is not optional. It is absolutely mandatory. Here are your renown grinds. It's not optional. It is mandatory. So the game makes these decisions on your behalf, and now you are playing the game the way that the game tells you to play the game. Really dependent on your choices. For PvP, basically the same thing. Whereas with Final Fantasy and what it seems like with Guild Wars 2, if you want to do raiding stuff, you do raiding stuff and you do you. This is just one part of the game and you chose to play that part of the game, so go play that game. If you want to do collections, you do collections, you play the game that you wanted to play. The game does not at any point in time seem to make a decision for you on what you have to do in order to play the game that you want to play. Which I love. That's how games should be.
The world bosses as fast as possible. There's plenty to show off just how good you are. In fact, in terms of baseline difficulty, Guild Wars 2 defies its casual reputation in having a more fast-paced, action-oriented, and complicated combat experience than most other MMOs. It's got quite the learning curve, and a lot of the endgame doesn't have a story mode, so it's quite the challenge if you're new to the game, and there is no way to cheese it with vertical progression either. The only way to beat an encounter is to actually be good enough to beat it. There's no way around that with gear or otherwise. What the game doesn't have is the very extreme endgame player versus environment difficulty. Raids have a normal mode and a hard mode, but they don't have anything akin to Mythic in World of Warcraft or Ultimates in Final Fantasy, so you can't rely totally on the game to push you in this area. There are no prestige rewards. Rewards. There is truly nothing better than flexing on other players with pixels, and there is no point in running away from this one entirely. I think this is something Guild Wars 2 does very poorly, outside of a few excellent exceptions. Most rewards in the game are purchasable with gold, and this means they are not connected very well to your activities in game, making flexing impossible, particularly as you can legally buy gold through the gem store in Guild Wars 2. This is actually intentional though, as it's designed to allow the player to obtain their rewards in any way they see fit, which is definitely a big upside.
I mean, look, you can dress a pig in a tuxedo. It's still a fucking pig. At the end of the day, it's not intentional that they allow you to buy gold so that you can buy your prestige rewards. It's business. It's a business decision. It ultimately means that people can skip the grinds and just get straight to what they need. Stolly, this video came out September 24th last year.
You can collect every dungeon skin without ever setting foot in a dungeon. Playing PvP or World vs. World will get you there too. And that absurdly rare drop that you just can't seem to get? Well, you can grind gold to get it instead of waiting for the game to take pity on you. Additionally, certain common MMO prestige rewards are almost exclusively in the gem store. This includes mount skins, not the mounts themselves, which are all obtainable within the game, glider skins, outfits, which are all-in-one appearances, gathering tool skins, mail carriers, and VIP area passes. That might sound like a lot, and it's a bit of an oof, but it's not as bad as it sounds. Firstly, you can buy all of this stuff with gold, which takes the edge off, but the game also has clear areas that are also reserved for in-game rewards too. There are loads of titles, unique skins, legendary items including weapons, back pieces and armor that cannot be bought with gold. These are often attached to collections, currencies, or even achievement points that directly involve gameplay to obtain, with no other method of acquisition. Examples of this would include Raid, World vs. World, or Player vs. Player,
armor.
legendary armor, all legendary back pieces, legendary weapons that have collections attached to them, the God titles, rewarded for being rank 1 in Player vs. Player, grinding World vs. World or Fractals for a very long time, and my personal favorite and one of the best rewards I've seen in any MMO, the monthly automated tournament gizmos. These are funny effects that flow over your head that can only be obtained from winning the monthly Player vs. Player tournaments. There are 12 to collect, so you'll really have to be the best of the best to get them all. I do consider this point to be a legitimate criticism of the game, but I do want to stress that this applies to the prestige component of rewards, not the quality or quantity. A lot of items boil down to just gold, but there are a truly insane amount of very high fidelity rewards that can be obtained by playing the game.
I will be honest.
Allow you to deck out your character in some incredibly creative and fantastical ways. It's called Fashion Wars 2 for a reason. The game is in maintenance mode with few updates. Guild Wars 2 fell off the radar big time, and the natural conclusion is that the game is dying or in maintenance mode. This was definitely fueled with a pretty unhappy player base over the last few years, leading to a bad look from an outside perspective. The short story of this is that ArenaNet did have the game on a bit of a back burner for a while, attempting to develop other projects that ended up not working out, leading to some unfortunate results. Having said that, it's mostly the endgame content that got hit.
I'm going to be honest. ArenaNet is one of the most scumbag companies in the world. So I would say yes. It makes sense that they would effectively basically abandon the game and then come back as soon as they realize, oh, fuck. We're not actually making any new games, or any new good games, so what the fuck? For some reason, it has always felt like the in-game shop had been sitting in my neck, shouting me while playing, even though the experience of the game was quite fun and unique. I hate when that happens.
Open world and story has been pretty much constant despite the shenanigans. Of course, the most engaged players who are often found in these endgame modes are the most vocal, and this definitely hurt the image of the game. A big mad community is not a good look, and the unrest was certainly justified, particularly thanks to very poor communication and community management from ArenaNet. Nobody knew what on earth was going on at the studio and where the game was going, and it caused an already rustled community to become very concerned for the future of the game. Now, the good news is that ArenaNet is very much back on the Guild Wars 2 train, announcing End of Dragons, the first expansion in 4 years, and over the past few months, they've drastically changed their policy regarding communication and content development strategy. Of particular note is their rededication to World vs. World as a cornerstone game mode, pushing repeatable, challenging content alongside story content in the expansion, and an engine update as well, which is on its own a confirmation that Guild Wars 2 probably isn't done just yet. This is a complete 180 from the past few years, and it's not...
I wonder how much of this do you think was fueled by because this is around the time of the Final Fantasy blowout. At least what he's saying here. How much of this do you think ArenaNet looked at and went, whoa, so MMOs are not dead? You just really need to put a lot of effort into them and they can actually make money? That's cool.
Not all talk either. The engine update has already been confirmed to be happening in 2021, alongside the transformation of World vs. World into a much more guild-focused game mode. It's been a long time coming, but finally, people can't meme about there being no Guild Wars in Guild Wars. So no.
No, it's not the expansion that I'm talking about, Stolly. I'm talking specifically about their communications thing. So the fact that they're putting more effort into communications, the fact that they're actually putting more effort into explaining to players what is supposed to happen when. SVK, how you doing? Thanks for the Prime sub. Did really appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you, brother. the work on the last expansion started a couple of years ago. It's we're not talking about the expansion launching. I'm talking specifically about the communication. Because he did say they very recently started changing their minds around communication and how they actually talk to the player base. You know, actually giving the player base feedback. Because that's always important. Talking to your player base and explaining to your player base what is coming next, what isn't coming next, when is that coming, you know, things like that.
Oh, the game is not on maintenance mode. It had some very, very rough moments in its history from a veteran perspective, worthy of another video just to tell the tale. But for now, Guild Wars 2 advances into a bright future. Hopefully. The game is player versus player oriented. Funnily enough, this used to very much be the case. Most players have forgotten the original concept of Guild Wars 2, but it absolutely started out as a game with the player versus environment warm-up, leading into playing both player versus player and world versus world as the main endgame, and it shows. Go and watch early reviews of the game. Everybody is raving about World vs. World being amazing and a game changer. However, as the game evolved, ArenaNet definitely moved the game into having a large focus on player versus environment, and I can say with confidence that Guild Wars 2 is very much a story-driven MMO, with a heavy focus on open-world content. That's not to say the other game modes don't exist, they're very much in active development, especially with the new leadership team, but the majority of development resources go into open world
leadership
and
team.
Story.
All right, that could explain
Everything
some stuff.
is in the cash shop. Guild Wars 2 is a free-to-play game with a very low box price and no subscription fee, but that does come at the cost of microtransactions. There are loads of things you can buy to make the game less annoying and increase your quality of life. These items are not found anywhere else except the gem store, but of course you can grind gold to convert to gems if you wish. However, I think this criticism is mostly leveled at in-game rewards like skins and so on, so I think the best way to go about this is to just hit you with the numbers. Note that these numbers will change over time and are probably not exactly right, but they are certainly within a 5% tolerance. And finally, when I say something is available in-game, that is defined as an item obtainable directly through gameplay without any purchase required from another player or from the cash shop. Here we go. Armor skins, 1,806 in the game, 437 in the store. 80% in-game. Weapon skins, 3,172 in the game, 953 in the gem store, 75% in-game. Quick note on this one though, there are a fair few items that sort of upgrade into other items in the game, so I'd maybe bump this down to 70%. Backpack skins, 215 in-game, 90 in the store, 70% in-game. Special note though that most capes are gem store exclusive, which are a particularly coveted type of skin, so that's worth keeping in mind.
Okay.
Mount skins.
But consider the fact that you can actually buy those with in-game gold. You just have to transfer or convert your in-game gold to currency for store. I'd say not entire. It feels more like pay for convenience.
9 in-game, including 8 base skins.
What
289 in the store.
Yep. That is quite harsh. But he is just talking about mount skins and not mounts themselves.
3% in-game. Outfits. 89 in the store, 6 in the game, 6% in the game. Gathering tool skins, 3 in-game, the base skins, 54 in the store, 5% in-game. Mail carriers, 4 in the game, 12 in the gem store, 25% in the game. Novelties, these are things like chairs, musical instruments, tonics that change your appearance, and so on. 142 in the game, 44 in the gem store, 76% in game. Finishers. These are animations that play when executing a player in player versus player or world versus world. They are not really in active development anymore, and many are unobtainable. I only included obtainable ones here. Second note, There is a yearly tournament that lets players who place in the top 16 pick any finisher they like, so technically all finishers are obtainable in the game, so bear that in mind. 27 in-game, 30 in the gem store, 47% in-game. Give the game a bit of credit here though because of the tournament.
Yeah.
Glider skins, 99 in the store, 3 in-game, 3% in the game. Mini pets, 666 in the game, 118 in the gem store, 85% in game.
So far, it's all
and
cosmetic
here we have
stuff.
It, the final count. There are around 8,268 unlockables in the game in total. 6,053 are unlocked through direct.
I mean, I wouldn't like the whole point here would be because he called this everything is in the cash shop, but so far, what I'm seeing is that most things is in the game, and mostly cosmetic stuff is in the cash store. But I would argue that if the coolest things in the game is in the cash store, that would be a problem. But consider the fact that you can convert your gold into cash store items or currency, it sort of does move it into sort of still in game because you can still play the game, get the gold, get the get the currency and therefore buy the stuff in the store, regardless of how, I don't know how long that would take, but you could.
Direct gameplay, 2,215 are either directly or indirectly from the gem store, for a total split of 73% in-game, 27% in the cash shop. Not bad. What is definitely worth noting is that certain cosmetics, particularly mount skins and gliders, are essentially gem store exclusives, while character items such as armor, weapons, and backpacks are mostly in the game. As you can see, the cash shop in Guild Wars 2 does have a whole bunch of stuff, but there's more in the game than perhaps players give it credit for. This isn't exactly the whole story though. Gem store skins are undeniably often of higher quality than most rewards in the game, in rare cases approaching legendary quality.
So, I will say, I'm not a fan of either way. Right? I wish that you couldn't pay money for gold in a video game, but if WoW had the ability for you to turn your gold again into the cash shop currency without buying the token and then selling it to the BattleNet at a reduced price, because you don't actually get the 25 that was paid for it. You get a reduced price for whatever the fuck you paid for it. And it just so happens that you also never get enough to actually buy the thing in the game. You always have to buy 2, right? In order to actually get the shit. So it sort of turns into a giant schmoz after a while. But if that was a thing, I would probably be less peeved about what WoW does or how WoW does it, rather. But then it also just comes down to quality. As people in chat have already said, there is a bunch of really cool things in the game itself. So not everything in the store is absolutely the best. There are some really cool things in the game as well. That would have been, I would have to play the game to figure out, because in World of Warcraft, everything that is new and unique is on the store. The only things you get in game is recolors and reskins of already existing things.
Which can definitely feel pretty bad, particularly when certain skins are...
I just need to make this very clear. I'm not okay with either of this. I'm not okay with either. I still think it's a horrible system to have in any game, so I'm not making a judgment call here saying, oh my god, Guild Wars is doing it amazingly well, and WoW is just doing absolutely shit. I hate both of the facts that this is in the game. Where I will probably give Guild Wars a bit of a leg up and say, hey, good on you. I think I can let it slide. It has no subscription fee. You buy the game, you play the game, that's it. It's one of the reasons I give ESO a complete pass on their store as well. Because there is no subscription fee. You can play the game for free. World of Warcraft is one of the few fucking games where it comes with a price tag, It comes with a subscription, and then it comes with a store where everything in the store is a hell of a lot better than anything that you can get in the game. That's my biggest problem.
Are locked behind loot boxes called Black Lion chests. I don't like loot boxes at all, and even though Black Lion chests are remarkably fair compared to the industry standard, they still suck, and I won't defend them hard-locking certain items. There are not many skins locked this way compared to the conventional cash shop skins, but they are often, unfortunately, some of the more coveted skins that a lot of players want to go after. Just as a general conclusion here, I find the business model of Guild Wars 2 to be very fair. I'll admit my bias here, and I say that I'm not a very reward-driven player. I am a trademarked for-fun gamer, so your mileage may vary. The only three things that were ever problematic to me were mount skin loot boxes, which got resolved very quickly after a quick roast from Jim Sterling in the form of an additional direct purchase option to circumvent the loot boxes if desired, Black Lion chests, and finally build and equipment templates.
Waxney, again, when you have a video game that doesn't have a monthly sub, there's almost inevitably going to be, especially if it's one that's kept up to date, there's inevitably going to be some kind of convenience that pushes you towards playing the game. What I love about ESO, though, is that when you do pay the sub, you also get the equivalent currency for in-game. Right? So your sub gives you store credits so that you can buy anything and everything off the store that you normally would have been able to only get while you're subbed, or only get while you're swiping your credit card to buy those items. So I kind of like that about ESO. ESO have two ways of playing the game. One is completely free to play with a cash shop that you can buy stuff off of, and the other is ESO Plus, where you get a couple of rewards, like there's a couple of perks from ESO Plus. I believe it's 10% increased XP. You get the only reason most people pay for ESO Plus is the limitless crafting bag.
These allow you to swap between different setups very quickly and are monetized individually and pretty aggressively. If you want more than 2 equipment templates or 3 build templates per character, you'll need gems. To be clear, you can still change your setup anytime out of combat to anything. There is no significant gameplay advantage outside of very high-level speedruns to using build and equipment templates. It's just much more inconvenient to change builds without templates, to the point where having multiple characters for different builds or game modes is often a good approach. ArenaNet do a very good job of separating monetization from actual core functionality. It's all either cosmetic or quality of life, and this is the only basic gameplay feature that is monetized, and quite frankly, it shouldn't be. It stands out as the one true black mark on ArenaNet's very consumer-friendly model. The game is pay to win.
Alright, here we go.
We just talked about the business model in the previous one, so here we go again. And I think the best way to answer this question is looking at how the business model interacts with the game. So what could...
Now, before we get into this, before I hear what he has to say, allow me to just say this. If you... we spoke about this specifically during Lost Ark. Pay to win is one of the most misunderstood claims, or one of the most misunderstood concepts within the video game industry. Because most people look at pay to win as the ability to get something from the game that no one else can get unless they're willing to swipe their credit card. That definition of pay to win is wholly outdated. There are almost no gaming companies that to this day have that level of pay to win, because most companies that have tried that have realized that it doesn't work, because the people that isn't willing to pay to win stop playing the game entirely, because there are just portions of the game that is entirely impossible to get unless you're willing to swipe your credit card. Now, these days, companies make use of a different or a new form of pay to win. This new form is everything is available in the game, at least player or power wise, but if you're willing to swipe your credit card, you can get there faster. So thereby sort of diminishing the work that everyone else is putting in to try and get there in the first place. Because I can basically speed run to this better thing that I'm going to be getting. And that really is the major problem within games like World of Warcraft, where, you know, people who can buy a token or can get boosts through swiping their credit card will ultimately just be miles and miles ahead of anyone else. So everyone else can catch up and everyone can be there, but the person that is willing to swipe their credit card is going to be there faster than anyone else. That really is the issue. It's not that things are hidden behind a paywall. It's more just that it's so much easier when you have that credit card to just swipe it and get a bunch of runs, and that's really the end of it. No gaming companies these days that I know of make use of that pay-to-win wall that used to exist so very long ago.
Can you buy with real money in Guild Wars?
True, Stolly.
All purchases start with gems, which are the currency for the cash shop, but you can also turn them into gold. The cash shop contains quality of life items and cosmetics. The quality of life is definitely very strong, to the point where you'll probably want to pick up some of these items, because it just reduces the amount of annoying busy work you have to do, like moving items between characters, inventory management, keeping track of gathering tool durability, swapping crafting disciplines, moving between key non-player characters and cities such as banks or the trading post, and so on. To contextualize this, to get your quality of life to a very comfortable position, I would say costs around 12,000 gems, or $150. You can see what items make up this estimate on the screen now.
$150,
this is a very well-rounded approach and covers a lot of bases, so you can definitely get away with less, particularly if you don't care about gathering, or if you have better inventory management than me. Considering the game is buy-to-play only, I think this is pretty alright, and it's further offset by the fact that you could very easily farm this in-game if you have patience. 12,000 gems, as of this video, costs around 3,400 gold, which with a fairly conservative farming rate of 15 gold per hour will take about 230 hours to obtain.
Jesus.
Farming efficiently will halve that. In the grand scheme of things, for a massively multiplayer online game, which are typically known for a fair bit of grind, that's not actually that much. Things do get a bit more expensive.
I would say that's
when you
still
play
a lot
of different characters, though, as a lot of quality of life is character bound, such as bag slots, equipment and build templates, and of course the character slots themselves also cost gems, so be aware of that. The cosmetic stuff in the gem store is not a big deal in my opinion because it doesn't affect gameplay. It does devalue reward structures in the game because gem store items certainly outshine a lot of in-game rewards, while of course having zero gameplay, skill, or meaning attached. And certain cosmetic types, such as mount skins or glider skins, are almost exclusively...
I think my biggest problem with sort of even cosmetics in stores is exactly that. It nullifies the work that people do in the game. It nullifies, because you can farm for a very long time to get a really cool in-game mount, and then someone that just swiped their credit card runs by you with a much cooler mount. And I say, oh my god, what the fuck? Like, why did I do all this work if I could have just swiped my credit card and get the item anyways?
Gem store, which I definitely understand players having an aversion to, but in general, it is alright, and the game itself also has a good amount of rewards to gather normally from gameplay. This is further discussed in the previous segment. Everything is in the cash shop, so if you skipped here, go back there for some more detail on the gem store. I think the most contentious part of the business model is the ability to buy gold. Guild Wars 2 endgame progression essentially boils down to farming gold to buy skins, gem store items, or unique cosmetic enhancement items such as infusions, which are upgrades you can attach to your gear that have special effects. This does mean, though, that you can buy all of these with real money as well. This essentially extends to everything that doesn't have some kind of collection.
You are right, Stolly.
Attached to it. That includes best in slot gear, most legendary weapons, most weapon or armor skins, and even extremely rare drops.
But this is sort of where you get into, if you look at the mounts that is obtainable within Final Fantasy XIV as in-game mounts that you don't have to buy from the store, there are some truly incredible mounts in the game that you can sort of get and have as your mount. There are some really cool store mounts as well, but, you know, there are some really cool in-game mounts as well. World of Warcraft, on the other hand, I feel have gone too far the other way. So rather than having some cool mounts in the cash shop, but then also having some incredible mounts in the store or in the game, it feels like World of Warcraft have sort of gone this, so we're going to give you in-game just a bunch of fucking reskins and recolors of the same mount. But then if you want a really cool mount that has a very unique cosmetic or aesthetic look to it, very unique animations, that you're going to have to pay for on the cash shop. There's very few unique mounts that you can acquire these days in World of Warcraft. When you look at some of the earliest mounts that you could get in WoW, there are some really cool early mounts that you can get in WoW that did some really cool things. If you look at most of the modern day game mounts that you get in the game, they're very sort of bog standard, right? And then if you want the really cool stuff, you have to go to the store. So you are correct. Ultimately, look at the base mount that proves your point so well, Stolly, is Ashes of Alar, right? Ashes of Alar used to be one of the most coveted mounts in the game. It was very rare, very difficult to get, and people farmed the living fuck out of it. Nowadays, Ashes of Alar is literally everywhere. So purely by the fact that it exists in the game and people farm for it, it has devalued itself. That doesn't change the fact that it was quite unique and interesting when it came out. It's just, it's sort of always going to happen. World of Warcraft does need to step up their game, though, when it comes to unique mounts that is attainable only within the game. And mounts that bring with it new animations, new things that no other mount does. And then having store mounts is sort of something that builds on top of that. Stolly, but you're using the Jaina mount. That's one mount and 2 expansions that is incredibly unique. And that's fine. But my argument would be, if you could get to a ratio where, let's say at best, it's 50-50 or even 40-60, but that 40% of the in-game mounts are very unique and very cool, and then 60% of the mounts is added to the store that's unique and cool, that would feel a hell of a lot better. Right now, it feels more like WoW is at a 99, like 1% in-game, 99% out of the game when it comes to the really cool, unique mounts. Another mount that was really cool and unique would be the B mount. Was also really cool, and that was nice that that was in the game. But I would want to see a few more of those added in every single patch and expansion.
There are very notable exceptions to this. All legendary armor sets, legendary trinkets,
I do agree with you,
back
Stolly.
Pieces, and 4 legendary weapons. Those
Invincible,
all have epic
again,
journeys to
really
creating
awesome.
the items in addition to a hefty gold price as well. A further 12 legendary weapons can't be bought directly with gold, but they all
should remove repair costs incurred from raiding and make pots more accessible for raids. Eternal Knight, how you doing, brother? Carl, I don't know about removing repair costs, but I can absolutely see that as being a thing. Or at least make a new item that tailorers, blacksmiths, and leather workers can make that turns your items into indestructible for X amount of hours, right? So you can buy this item from the auction house, and once you use it, you'll have an indestructible item set for, say, the next 3 hours. I would also say that it's difficult with pots, right? Because when you have pots are sort of used in very specific combat scenarios. with flasks, I can see how they could do that, I think. I think with flasks, I can see that working, but pots, I don't know.
All have the same generic acquisition method, involving map completion, map currency farming, a bit of player versus player and world versus world, and lots of expensive crafting, with a few minor differences in what exactly you need to buy.
Giovanni, what's just annoying? I like how Final Fantasy does with soul binding and materia extraction. Having to repair is annoying, I get that, but it's also a way to sink gold. World of Warcraft has an incredible economy problem. Like, the economics of World of Warcraft is absolutely bonkers on so many realms. So it's sort of their way of trying to sink gold. What they don't seem to think about is the unforeseen consequences of that action, because it now makes normal non-boosting people basically go broke whenever they raid. Like, how can I raid? Because it costs, I think Preach once made a video of how much it cost him to raid every night for 4 hours. It was something stupid, right? Clean, how you doing? It's something, it was something fucking ridiculous. I think it was like 9,000 gold per night to raid. So, something like that. If you include all of your repair costs, all of your pots, your flasks, your food, everything, it was like 9,000 gold to raid every night. When you reach that point, it becomes ridiculous. You need to start thinking more out of the box. And yeah, something like mounts that sink massive amounts of gold could be a good choice.
Depending on the weapon type. The ability to buy these types of items for gold is not necessarily bad. It allows the player to get pretty much any reward they want playing anything they want, instead of forcing players to engage in specific types of content to get a specific reward.
So gold sinks are good for an economy because it keeps prices low. If you had 0 gold sinks in World of Warcraft, prices would soar to the point where anyone who isn't a millionaire can't afford shit. Because they're effectively just, sitting on their gold with nothing to do. Now, there is a point. So this is where you sort of have to be careful. It's kind of like taxes. So there is a sweet spot when it comes to taxes. If your taxes are too high, you actually end up losing money. You make far less money. South Africa, by the way, just currently hit that. About 2 years ago, South Africa raised the tax rate on the top 1% in the country to 45%. It used to be 35%. The amount of... So they made... 2 years ago, South Africa made... From the top 1%, 2 years ago, South Africa made... was it, I think, 7 billion rand. Now, that's like $700 million or some shit like that, but let's say 7 billion rand. It was 7-point-something billion rand. They then raised the tax rate to 45%. Yeah, just because why not? Tax the rich. And now they've made less than half of that this year. And it's already been shown that COVID did not really touch the top 1%. The top 1% did not suffer during COVID. They were still making money. They were still doing well. What ended up happening is most of the rich moved their money out of the country. You want to take half my money? No. Then I'll just go. You know, I'll go find another place to put my money that doesn't take half of my shit. So there's sort of a balance that you have to hit. If the gold sinks are too high, that can end up with people just keeping their money to themselves. If the gold sinks are too low, it will end up in soaring prices because everyone is sitting on a ton of gold that they can't do anything with. And so prices will ultimately go up, fucking those who don't sit on piles of gold. But gold sinks are important to keep an economy going. The pets aren't jumping up and down every expansion like they used to before. Right, for about 4 years now. Stolly, so I know for a fact that if you just look at the boosting economy, it's if you look at the normal prices of normal things, those prices have gone through the fucking roof.
I personally prefer rewards tied to specific areas of the game, of which the game also has plenty.
True.
But I think the accessibility and convenience of being able to do whatever you want to get whatever you want also has its merits. There is also no vertical progression on gear in Guild Wars 2, and getting best in slot is very, very fast. You'll have gear that never needs to be replaced within weeks of hitting level 80, or faster if you play a lot. This means there is no element of pay to win whatsoever in your actual power level. And that's the main takeaway. You can pay to skip grinding, pay to make the game a bit less annoying, but you cannot pay to make your character stronger than anyone else's. Pay to win is definitely a complicated issue, but once again, I think ArenaNet do a good...
Yeah, but remember with TCG, so if you're looking just at TCG prices, those are extremely, let's say, luxurious goods. Now, if we were to compare that to normal economies, luxurious goods tend to not fluctuate in price quite often. This is why when you look at very high-end cars, no matter what the currency in the country is doing, those cars tend to move very slowly. A $1 million car is going to be a $1 million car regardless of what happens in the economy, unless the swing in the economy is large enough to move that price. Because the price is already ridiculously high. So people aren't really going to put that much, people aren't going to pay $2 million for a $1 million car. They're not going to pay $1.2 million for a $1 million car. So those prices tend to move more slowly. The real people that get hurt, this is why in economies people talk about inflation as a very bad thing. Because the people that ultimately get hurt when inflation goes up are the general buyers. It's the people that use in World of Warcraft or in real life. This would be food prices, fuel prices, things like that. They move quickly because they're a lot more sensitive to things like inflation, to things like economic effects. They're very sensitive to those price changes, which is what you can see in World of Warcraft when you go to legendary item costs, flasks, pots, foods, things like that. Those prices tend to go up and up and up every single expansion, higher than the previous ones. Now, they will come down as a patch lingers on. Right? But at the start, so basically what you want to try to do is you want to try and track what is the beginning price at every single patch, say 2-3 months into the patch, and then where does it end? And you'll see over the course of time, that price point will keep climbing with the beginning of every single patch as there's more money in the markets, more people that can buy stuff, and the crafters know that they can charge more for these things because more people should have access to it. Which now means that anyone who doesn't have access to that much money or that much gold isn't going to be able to pay those things. This is why inflation never hurts the rich, because the goods and services that the rich purchase isn't really sensitive to inflation. So even if inflation goes to 20%, the rich isn't going to feel it. They're not going to give a fuck. It's everyone in the middle class and the lower class that gets shat on as soon as inflation goes up.
Job minimizing the impact of the microtransactions on the game and avoiding it totally in actual gameplay, in addition to allowing the player to not spend any money at all using gold to gem conversion. The important part to me is that you won't have any less fun if you don't spend any money, and you are not at a competitive disadvantage, particularly in player versus player, which doesn't even use gear at all. The game is not an MMO. The game is definitely an MMO, unless all these guys here are all bots, which is unlikely because they keep feeding into massive area of effect and AFK leeching world bosses. Bots at least tend to actually play. In all seriousness, Guild Wars 2 is a bit different from a pure open world MMO. It's not fully open world, having different maps separated by loading screens and multiple versions of those maps running at the same time. This absolutely does not stop it from being massively multiplayer, though. In fact, the open world and world versus world in particular does a better job at being massively multiplayer than pretty much any other modern title, simply because of how many players you'll find concentrated engaging in the same activities.
How you doing, bro?
Other MMOs, strangely enough, tend to focus on solo or group content with up to around 20 players. In Guild Wars 2, you'll regularly be alongside over 100. I think a big part of this misconception is actually from Guild Wars 1, which was more of an MMO co-op game hybrid, with almost all content outside of town and city hubs being played in private group instances. But one does not equal two, and
what an old game. Fucking hell.
Guild Wars 2 may well be one of the most massively multiplayer online games out there today. Well, there you have it. The truth has been revealed about Guild Wars.
This is a good video.
Hopefully that clears up some of the concerns you might have and contributes to a more healthy and accurate discourse around the game. After 20,000 hours, I can solidly say that it's definitely got something to it. I'm probably live on Twitch right now, so come and ask me stuff. Leave a comment telling me how wrong I am about every point, and subscribe for more.
That's exactly what people do. Really cool video, Mighty Teapot. Really cool video. Tracuz, I'll answer you in a second. Mythic Plus prices would not necessarily be massively influenced by inflation, Stolly. Again, because of how many people actually partake in Mythic Plus boosting, or the price of Mythic Plus boosting. Whilst it is a massive problem, if you were to compare the amount of boosted people to the amount of people that just play the game normally, I think you would find that the vast majority of people play the game normally. So that price would automatically be more sensitive to any sort of massive change. If you change it too much, people stop buying because people are willing to pay 100k or 150k for a boost. They're not willing to pay 200k for a boost. So as soon as you make it 200k, they're not paying because that's too high for them. So I would say that sort of pricing would be very difficult to follow. It's far easier to just follow the everyday goods that people are going to use within the auction house and see what those prices end up doing. Tracuz, in order to answer your question, I'd say I have a new stream schedule. Well, not new stream schedule, but a new plan for stream schedules, where on Tuesdays and Saturdays, we have just chatting and reaction streams, and then Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays is gameplay. So you haven't missed anything. We will be playing Final Fantasy tomorrow. Today was literally just chatting and reaction stream. Stolly, but like I said, you can, because you can definitely look at the course of every single expansion, look at the price of flasks and pots and food and stuff like that for every single expansion, and then look at the pricing for every single one of those expansions. And if you see a general price trend that goes up with every single expansion for, let's say, a time period of 2 to 3 months, that would be your sort of golden. So you'd have to decide what is the time period after every patch and expansion that you're going to track for, and then track it every single expansion in that time frame. And if you see a general trend upwards, which based on player feedback seems to be the case, most people these days are complaining about the price of general goods and services on the auction house just being too high and making it impossible for them to do things without farming crazy amounts of gold in order to get it done. That tells you that there is inflation within the game. Yeah, but Goblin Glider isn't used by everyone in the game. It's used by some people, but the amount of people that I know that never uses it far outweighs the people that I know that does use it. Kinho, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. 6 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It does actually look pretty cool, Tracuz. The things that you want to look at, Stolly, are things like potions, pots, food. That's the stuff where you look at. Yeah, but effort doesn't really, like, it's never going to be more effort. Because in order to make a flask, you're going to farm a bunch of herbs, and those herbs are going to make a flask. So the effort, I would say, hasn't gone up exponentially the same way, like every single expansion. Like some expansions, it may have been harder to make potions and flasks than other expansions, but at the end of the day, the effort wasn't exponentially higher per expansion. We can argue about this for hours and never actually reach an accord on it. I can literally just go on what people tell me, and I can tell you that most people right now find World of Warcraft quite expensive to play. So yeah, it would all depend. Again, it would go down to the time frame, Stolly. This is why I said I'm not going to argue about this anymore, because the time frame is important. When are you looking for it? What was the player base like? How many people were playing? If we wanted to do this study, you would need all of those numbers. You would have to be able to provide all of those numbers, and we don't have access to all of the numbers required to do that study. I can only go on what actual people are telling me, and actual people are telling me the game has become too expensive for them to play. In a lot of ways, people are farming themselves to fuck, trying to get everything ready so that they can raid or so that they can do PvP or whatever the case might be. And that tells you that there is a general issue within the game of inflation. People are finding it too expensive to play. So yeah, that's it. I'm not going to argue about this anymore. You can take the L or take the W, depending on the point of view. It wasn't really an argument, because I don't think either one of us can be proved right or wrong. But yeah, that's about as far as it goes, because we don't have enough information. If we had all the information, I would say let's do the math, but Blizzard would have to release their sub numbers over the course of basically 4 or 5 expansions. Kirin Tor stuff? No worries, Grimoire. What are you doing for the Kirin Tor? Isn't Kirin Tor like fucking old stuff though? I'm pretty sure there's no Kirin Tor stuff in Shadowlands. No new cinematic yet, Nico Spider. New cutscene. I'm done waiting. The new cutscene will come when it comes, if there even is one. Study, but it's not though. If you need 50 to 60k to buy a new legendary piece, that already tells you that is a lot of gold that someone needs to farm somewhere. Because the game itself is going to take months to get that. So you're going to have to go play the auction house or boost in order to do that. Anyways, let's leave it there. Good evening. I think they will not show the numbers so they can argue with them vague as possible. Yeah, true. No one's ever going to. I would just drop by to say hello. Have a nice time. Dudes, how you doing, bro? Oh my god. Fucking reaction content, dude. Reaction content. I really enjoy it, but it does take it out of you. Like, reaction shit is, I don't know, it's a different level of stuff, and we have so much more that needs to be reacted to. Mohammed, hoping to see something. You show numbers, it's scary. Well, the thing is, if you show numbers, it almost always invokes panic, right? Yeah, Stolly, we can definitely do that. Good night, bro. Have a good sleep. Investing to 40 minutes, I will never know. With reaction content, Shadow Sky, like we just did, the video we just watched was over an hour of reaction. I think that's why reaction content is so hard for me, because I don't just sit here and fucking watch it, right? You'll see a lot of Twitch streamers reacting to content, and they'll be like this, you know, on their phone, just sort of typing away and watching with like one eye while typing stuff and doing their own thing, just sort of chilling. I try not to do that. I try to turn reaction content into actual content, using the videos that I watch as a way to make my own like thoughts and provide my own thoughts on topics, which it's different. You can do a just chatting stream and that's easy. Then you do a reaction stream and it's like, fuck. That really takes it out of you. But it is 11 o'clock now, ladies and gentlemen. Which means it's time for me to go eat something. I want to go eat. I want to go chill. My back is still fucking sore. So I want to not sit anymore at this point. That's actually the main goal, is just not sitting anymore. Florius, I'll upload the emote. I'm so sorry. I keep fucking forgetting. But I will upload the emote. I think when they stay vague with their numbers, they stay confident because they haven't told it in concrete terms. You can't argue against after a while. True, there is ways for them. What were you wrong about, Death Knight? I was thinking it being sex talk time again. Death Knight, no. 11 o'clock right now, especially with how I'm feeling, I'm fucking tired. So I'm going to go chill. I will be back tomorrow, same time, same place as always, with Final Fantasy stuff. So we'll do we'll do what we always do, about an hour, 2 hours of just chatting, and then we'll play more Stormblood. We have a lot to do in Stormblood, so really looking forward to that. For the rest of the week, we'll be Final Fantasying our way all the way to Saturday, and then we'll decide what to do on Saturday. But ladies and gentlemen, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always. Please take care of yourselves. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam.